So, as I start recording, in your efforts to rescue the Dwarven Princess Tora Yornmire from the clutches of the Deep Dwarves in the bowels of the Deep Dark, you've gained a number of allies to fight back against them, namely Vadmir, a small satyr girl, and now you're attempting to gain the alliance of the Arrakis, a race of spider-like humanoid creatures who have been victim to a hostile campaign of territorial warfare by the Deep Dwarves. However, to seal that alliance, you were tasked with aiding them in the capture of a Deep Dwarf encampment they were using where they were using a waystone to ferry troops and supplies in from their main war camp in the Cinderden. It was also being used as a hatchery for the Arrakis Queen's stolen young, who were being enslaved as mounts. With 4 Arrakis warriors at your back, Liska spearheaded a surprise attack, using the warriors to rain down arrows from above while the rest of you lay siege to the camp. You succeeded, laying waste to much of their forces, but encountered a terrifying Mind Flayer, who was overseeing construction of new way gems for the Broken Waystone. With Vellum gaining the killing blow on the creature, you discovered within the tent that the Mind Flayer emerged from a dead mountain guard and a caged intellect devourer, which was quickly disposed of atop the campfire. You searched the camp, found some neat magical items, and ventured into the hatchery cave and encountered a familiar-looking type of sentry, namely similar to the one you blinded and surprised during your ventures through the caverns earlier. This one was larger and immobile. You charged headfirst into battle, 2 of you falling under the dominating, hypnotizing gaze of its spotlight. The familiar visual of the blackened purple eyes taking hold. It became clear that this was the source of the spider's enslavement. When Liska became dominated, she heard an all too familiar voice similar to the one heard in her sleep while asleep in the Starlit Grove. Eventually, through the persistence of Grunker grappling and blinding the sentry with a sleeping bag over its eye, the ocular sentry was successfully defeated, which Grunker gained inspiration from that. With the sentry sparking, the familiar sight of the Arrakis seer drifts into the hatchery, flanked by 2 combat-ready warriors by its side. All of the spiders that were previously under the influence of the sentry begin to slowly back up away towards the sides of the walls, seemingly driven by the scent of the seer itself. There's almost an air of animalistic reverence and mutual respect among them. As I'll bring us back in. There we go. Okay. So you all hear the seer kind of call out towards the spiders in a language that most of you don't understand, but it's familiar. And one by one, spiders themselves begin to kind of crawl across the walls and funnel through the gate back towards the camp.
Do they happen to get removed from the map to save on lag?
I'll say yeah, just to save on lag. Remember what happened last time.
Saving. Unless they're immediately relevant, they can get deleted.
Yeah.
Quick question: do we have anything going in Soundscape?
Yes. Let me start that back up for you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I could hear it, but
Atmosphere.
I joined late, so I couldn't.
yeah.
There we go. Alright, so what do you all wish to do?
Right. That's...
Alright, so that was taken care of. Good work, Granka.
Yeah. I'm just gonna take his sleeping bag and check if there's any holes in it.
There's a little bit of wear and tear from the struggle with the eye, but beyond that, no holes.
Sweet. Yeah, because Sal never actually shot it. She just killed it
just the
from under.
sound.
Yeah.
Yeah. Alright. We're gonna put it back in his bag and he's gonna inspect the sentry.
Okay. You can see a number of strange runic carvings across its surface. You can see there is a very large crack down the center, from where I believe
So,
yeah, so you did the killing blow without actually hitting it, but you
with the nut one.
yeah, you imagine the crack was where Liska was repeatedly hitting it. You can see it very much looks like a stone carving of an eyeball.
Weird. Alright. How big is it? Is it like Gronka sized or?
It's about 5 feet in diameter. It's pretty large. Oh, sorry, rather 4 feet, rather.
Is there any like interesting bits on it? Like the inside of it? Does it look like mechanical or?
Best you can tell, there doesn't appear to be any mechanical parts to it. This appears to be a simple kind of stone enchanted carving of a large eyeball.
Right. Okay. Got it.
To that point that the seer, this tall, imposing insectoid humanoid figure here drifts forward and addresses all of you.
With the camp and the hatchery secure, we will ensure the forthcoming of the next generation of the Queen's young. Meanwhile, this place shall serve as one of the many birthing places for our forces. The weavers shall tend to the eggs here and cultivate rapid growth.
To that point, that you notice the seer's head kind of twitches over in the distance, over your shoulder, Grunker, towards the object on the far side, sentry. Slowly begins to sort of curiously drift over towards it.
Bracket.
It's a weird eye thingy.
Yes, these constructs we have seen before patrolling the tunnels. Many of our kin have fallen victim to their influence.
Yeah, we've seen one before, but this one was bigger. And it seemed to be able to control everybody in whatever area it was looking in.
Perhaps it makes sense that the Ashskins would possess one of these in the hatchery. We have taken to calling them sundering unless exposed to caustic materials that damage the runic carvings that make it function.
Oh, we're just gonna look on the thing. So if we just leave it like this, it's gonna come back.
Yes,
Oh,
I would recommend that should you, any of you, possess any caustic materials, that you use it now, lest it return.
You know, I'm actually kind of curious. So, you said it's self-repairing, even if it's in pieces, yes?
Indeed,
So what happens if you take one of the pieces and put it somewhere else? Do, like, two come back?
construct appears to have regenerative abilities, creating more stone where there once was none.
So you can split them in half and then get two of them.
That
Oh, that's concerning.
I am
That's
unsure
very
of,
concerning.
but they are clearly of deep dwarf make. But the enchanting and magic that the sentries use is alien to the Ashskins.
If I may come with a comment, I do highly doubt that these would simply create new ones if you split one in two and left the two halves on their own. They would need material from somewhere.
I mean, it's magic.
Yes, but even with magic, to create something out of nothing would be
Magic.
mildly violating.
We suspect that one half would possess the enchantments necessary to regenerate its form, while the other would not.
So at that point, it's like, what if, so it's like the bigger half, but what if you split it up into like two perfect halves? What happens then?
Good question, but I do doubt
I
that
think we're
it
getting
would
to a
do
point
much.
of semantics.
Yeah.
It's really not some just
Well,
random.
regardless, we gather that while the deep dwarfs create the sentry carcasses, the illithid weave the enchantments necessary to connect the sentries to their colonies. More worrying still,
So,
there is a third component unknown to us. A presence that connects all of the sentries, gives them sight, or something that sees through them.
Well, when we got hit by it, we kind of heard a voice, like when we were, you know.
I believe only Liska heard that. Liska and Vellum.
I think Grunka got possessed for a little bit, and then we did a save, and we had advantage.
Ah, yes.
And so, yeah, the Gurkha was possessed for like a turn, or less than a turn.
One turn.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Gurkha would have heard it, but only for a short while.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, yeah.
Sia
it's,
responds with,
their voice.
This is most ill-concerning.
Question.
So, yeah.
Did the voice, if I remember correctly, it's been 2 weeks. If the voice, if I remember correctly, sounded like the one that we heard from the portal, right?
The
I
portal?
think the one we heard from
I
from
think
our
they were
dreams.
different.
Yeah, it was the one from our dreams when we
Yeah,
when
but
I broke it.
the dream was the one that we heard at the portal.
No, that was a completely different voice.
Okay. Because
I
I
think the
remember asking.
familiarity came from the other to the bite.
Well, no, I just remember when we actually got to the portal and the random creature was just like, hey, what's up? And we were just like, nope. 3 times.
You noped out of there.
Yeah.
3 times. And I remember asking and Jenner saying yes, but apparently I am incorrect. So
I believe I said it was an unfamiliar voice.
Ah,
Oh no,
a
it's a cave
cat.
cat.
Ah, the famous cave cats. Known for their extreme violence.
Really a lot of them around here.
But regardless.
so you think that voice is like a big, just a single voice, or do you think there's more of them?
We are unsure of what this voice means. We believe that the voice is one single entity.
Oh, like a real big brain.
We are unsure,
Oh, weird.
but regardless, our weavers shall take this century for the seer cast to study.
Yeah, just be careful. It's pretty nasty.
To that point that you all hear the sort of loud humming buzz of what sounds like many small wings. As a number of Arrakis weavers come swarming throughout the hatchery, one by one.
I would like to insight real quick.
Sure.
the
Uh,
When do
weavers.
you not want to incite?
Well, the seer wants this thing that can dominate minds, and they want to study it, and I want to glean if it's, for legitimate purposes as opposed to, aha, let's use this to enslave everyone later sort of deal.
Go ahead and make an insight check.
Papa!
17. Again, it's as you know, with all other insight checks with Arrakis, it's very hard to discern the movement of the eyes, any sort of humanoid twitches in the face that might give away lying. You can only gather the tone of the voice. But so far, there is no wavering in the voice. This creature doesn't appear to be of ill intent. You gather it's more or less studying it in order to better defend against these constructs.
Alright, satisfied. Carry on. Carry on with your buzz.
Bus.
Which is all of the weavers kind of move in on it at once, and they begin to sort of lift it up with sort of a collective effort. And while these creatures are small and stout, collectively they seem to have some sort of a strength about them. They begin hauling the sentry out of its socket and breaks it. Begins to carry it off very slowly, because it's a heavy object.
It is still mildly unnerving that these are, spider people.
Oh, very. So at that point, the seer kind of turns back to the rest of you.
We, however, have other business to attend to.
Right. Don't suppose we could be getting a proper rest before we attend this meeting.
Do what you must. I and my entourage will be waiting within the camp.
the seer creature drifts over back towards the warriors, and they all leave one by one.
I won't lie. I don't trust them.
Oh well. For the moment they're helping us, and who knows, maybe it's like a judging a book by its cover situation.
Perhaps.
I mean, have they given you any reason not to trust them?
Call it a gut feeling. It is.
So that's no.
I don't have any real reason not to trust them. But there's something that irks me about their conflict, if you will. Yes, I got the upper hand by some illicit mind flayer ally, but I feel as if this common enemy of ours is... it's playing both sides. And I don't know why.
Wait, I don't understand what you're saying. Which common enemy? The illithid is playing both sides? Can you just repeat what you said?
I feel as if that the common enemy we share, we and the arachnid, is playing both sides. In some form of shape.
So you don't trust the illithids?
We're dealing with mind-altering creatures.
Yeah? And they're the ones we're trying to kill.
And I fear they might be playing mind games with us.
I think Sal means that she might think that the squid people are doing things with the bug people.
I fear so, but I can't prove it.
I mean, they don't have purple eyes.
Well, for the moment we got a
They
job
don't
to
have
do.
eyes.
To do that, we need the help of these spider folk, so
That is true.
we'll take it one step at a time.
You hear more humming of wings down the hall as you watch as a veritable swarm of weavers come barreling down the hall towards the hatchery. If that'll show up, actually, is it not showing up? Oh,
there it is.
there they are. Okay.
Boom, boom, boom.
You watch as they begin to kind of swarm around the hatchery, beginning to sort of tend towards the large webbed up sacks in the corners, as well as the small glistening eggs. Is that the hatchery is now immediately being turned into some sort of a breeding ground for their war efforts. They seem to be paying
to a hatchery.
Yes, their own hatchery this time. It appears that they are paying.
Let's get out of here.
They're paying no mind to all of you. It
Let's go somewhere a
seems.
bit more comfortable and a little less buggy.
Maybe you shouldn't have said that. Never mind.
Just casual racism, it doesn't matter.
What
You know.
one of the weavers actually turns towards the rest of the group, its mandible sort of twitching. Seems you may have offended one of them.
He's an idiot. Don't worry about him.
Oh, I'm sorry, arachnid.
I don't think they understand.
Yes.
Half fly, half
Correct
spider.
yourself.
Don't give me that shit.
Correct yourself. Go somewhere more, less arachnid. That definitely will make them feel better.
Okay, back in character.
You hear the weaver respond to you, Liska, just sort of muttering under its breath.
It's okay.
It's deserved.
We don't like him too.
swear to fucking God.
Damn it, I can't
Well.
see shit. The dark vision has failed me. This way. There it is.
It's, Grix and Brim kind of come up to you, Grunker, and said, You want us to hold back in the camp?"
Yeah, sure. If you don't want to follow, then it's fine.
All right.
If it's, I mean, you know, I guess we're gonna see the queen, so, yeah, I guess you don't need to follow with that, actually. So yeah, you know,
Don't know, but Grix kind of speaks up. "Don't know about you, but I don't think it's our place."
No, it's fine. You should have a rest.
All right.
Yeah.
So with that, do you all move back to the camp?
Pretty
Yeah.
sure.
Oh, what are you talking about? I'm already there.
All right then. I'll drag everyone back here. There we go.
Great. Everyone is here.
I'm not gonna move. You're just gonna drag everybody. I don't want to fuck it up.
Sure. There we go.
Yeah. I know that if you move a token while the GM is moving the token, Roll20 spazzes the fuck out, and you can even get caught between walls. So.
Yep.
Oh, there's some big boys down there.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
You do notice that the Juggernauts seem to have established some sort of defensive perimeter around the camp here. Here.
Well, Grunker notices
And-
because of his superior dark vision.
Here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can see nothing and nothing.
Yeah.
He is a poor human.
So I'll take your word for it.
You see a fire with spiders.
You
That's
can't.
probably about it.
You can't see them, but you can definitely hear them. As you return back to the camp, are you taking your short rest or long rest here?
I am about ready to bed down. What about everyone else?
Has enough time passed since we've done?
Yeah,
Actually,
I don't know
yeah.
if we
Have
can
we
bed
even?
down. When it was
I
We've
think
done
we
a
can
long
do a
rest.
long rest.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we
we've
can't.
done a
The
bunch of
thing
short
is, we can't keep track of time, so we don't know if it's been long enough.
Yeah, ultimately it's up to Jenner to say mechanically, you know, you're just not tired enough. It hasn't been the 24 hours, guys. However, we have taken like 3 short rests. And the last time we rested, was it in the fungal caverns where we met
Yep.
Badia?
That was the
Or-
last place we had a long rest.
Yep. The last place you had a long rest was in the was in the Eventide Grove.
Yeah, there we go. So it's been a while. I think we qualify.
Been a while.
It's been a hot minute.
I'm sorry. Sorry.
Oh damn it.
Sanders letter for
But yeah, it's been a long while since you've had a long rest last. You're not sure how long it's been. It feels like it's been probably like 6 to 8 hours. You're not entirely sure. But should you choose to, you can probably do a long rest.
We should probably inform the seer that we're thinking about long resting.
I think I
In case
did.
the queen's
in
getting ready.
He's like, we'll be in the camp when you're ready or some shit. At least that's what I was gleaning from that. Is that am I right in assuming that, Jenner?
Yeah, but from what you gathered, the seer's going to wait for you in the camp. You can tell him that you're going to do a long rest. He might do something else. You can give it a try.
Well, either way, Bellum's posed the question to everyone. Like, bedding down, getting a solid night's out, well, solid sleep. Before even proceeding with what's probably going to be a tricky thing.
What is the biggest tent? Is it this one?
Biggest
one, I
biggest
think
tent.
this
Biggest
Yeah.
tent, probably that one.
Yeah, just gonna call out.
It-
Maybe we should go ahead and there we go. Sequester tents and she's already doing it.
Liska,
Yep.
you have to kind of shove a few dwarven beds together in order to fit your size, but it's possible.
Just 4 beds, corners. So we're gonna rest for a good while. After that, we should be all good. But we've been through a lot already, so make sure we're fit.
Sia's face kind of twitches over towards you. There's no response, but you gather there's a sense of acknowledgement.
Right, find a tent.
Sia's eyes have not turned off of you, Velum, as you walk away. It's a bit unnerving.
Well, that's unnerving. Can I insight to see why he's staring, or is it just a case of attention?
It's because you're bald.
You can go ahead and make an insight check, sure.
Well, actually, Jenner, oh no.
I mean-
one, but also Jenner. Do you want to reveal now?
Sorry?
The thingamabob, the picture.
Are you talking about the one that was on the
I
splash
don't think
screen?
you've shown everyone yet.
Ah, yes.
Pikachu.
I mean, wasn't it on the splash screen? Is
It
that the one
was,
you're
yes,
talking
but
about?
I meant it its full glow. But yeah, I rolled a 1 on my insight, so that's
Nice.
gonna be fun.
Yeah, Velum has some new threads.
New thread vellum. Where do you get the new threads from?
It's gonna be so awkward whenever you don't have that sword anymore.
Like in game or
I believe you got it back in Dune Hollow before you
went to
before
an
you went.
import store, got some new.
Yeah.
Just it took me this long to get it drawn, and then Jenner did their rendition.
I didn't. I guess I didn't catch that.
Yeah, he has made it.
That's
He
cool
took-
though. I like that.
Yeah,
Took some spiderweb and made it himself.
Spider thread. This
Yeah.
stuff will stop moving.
all right. So as you all take up your various beds for a long rest, Velum, with your natural one, you gather it's just spider people being weird.
Yeah, it's just spiders are fucking crazy and shit.
Yeah. does it even have eyes? I don't know.
Got multi.
Maybe it's not looking at me. Maybe I'm just being stupid.
Yeah,
I'm
mean,
just
it's-
being racist.
It's got 4 large multifaceted eyes.
Yeah, maybe I'm just assuming it's staring at me.
Like, how can you tell?
Oh wow. When I switched token, everything went black for a second, and now
Yeah.
Yes, because the light's
Yeah.
bound to
Yeah, and then I
You felt what it was like to be a mere mortal.
yeah. Now I know what weakness is.
Do you,
Now you know fear.
do you want me to delete that disc?
There's no point in it. I'm probably gonna keep it up or use it
Yeah.
later. That way it can just be a.
Sure.
Yeah,
Just
you
stick
can
it
sleep
over.
on it.
You know what? Yeah. Oh well.
I mean,
Hover.
technically, yes, but once the
Yeah,
hour is up, you drop.
I will sit on my disc.
I'll be safe way up here. Turns off. Shit.
That's a good wake up call.
The warriors begin to sort of
For that short rest, yeah.
patrol the camp for the meantime.
Delicious long rest. Tasty.
And all throughout your resting, some of you are kind of slightly stirred awake by the sound of the waystone being used every now and then as more and more Arrakis forces begin pouring forth from the waystone.
So you're saying they're interrupting our sleep?
Not quite. They seem to be keeping quiet for the most part. It's just every few hours or so, one may appear and go off into a tunnel here and there to secure some sort of perimeter. But beyond that, your sleep is uninterrupted.
Hey, I got a question.
Yes.
Just a mechanical question. So in the character sheet, in the money section, is it copper, silver, and then electrum?
Yeah, but electrum's
Yeah,
dumb,
Copper,
so we don't use it.
silver,
We don't really use it.
electrum,
Yeah,
gold,
I
platinum.
put my silver in my electrum, so that was, yeah.
I
Yes.
put my
Ah,
dwarven
makes
platinum in my electrum.
I did
Yeah.
too.
Remember, you don't have that anymore.
No, I kept some.
Yeah, I think I did. Yeah.
You
Gilding.
kept Nazi gold?
Well, yeah, I'm gonna melt it down for gilding. It's just a
Okay.
nice decal.
Cursed Nazi gold.
I mean, with Vellum's luck, it wouldn't be a surprise to me.
Is there anything anyone wishes to talk about during your guys' watch, or just completely long rest?
Complete long rest. At least
I'll
let's
probably
that's-
take a complete long rest as well, because holy fucking shit.
Yeah, I think the
I
spider
too will
people.
take a long rest. If anyone
Yeah, I
wants
think
to talk to Vellum during, though, I am open.
Yeah, I think the spider people will keep an eye out on things.
Yes, but who watches the watchers?
Probably the other watchers.
All right,
probably the
so
enemies.
your sleep remains uninterrupted, and as you come back to wakefulness, there's still the fire going on in the center. Seems it's being tended to by some of the Arrakis warriors, just to keep some semblance of warmth going. You awake the same light as when you slept. It's disorienting. Normally you're used to waking up at sunlight, but down here it's just long periods of just time.
Well, when we wake up, I'm gonna do my 30 minutes.
Which is
Why do you have to call it your 30 minutes?
which is
Look. Y'all know what it is.
your
Masturbating.
Then call it what it is!
your
It took me 30 minutes to masturbate.
And
your prayer session, Vellum, is a lot more disorienting than it's a lot more disorienting down here, as you are.
Yeah,
under-
put a
I don't
finger
have
where
a
you weren't
natural
used to?
sense of when sunrise and
But
sunset
to
is,
create
so
an
I'm
illusion of the sun, I can
making
do
my
that
best
now.
estimate, hoping.
It's you're unsure which way is north, east, west, or south, which is and you're not even able to tell whether it's sunrise or sundown. It's very disorienting. But still, you commit. So your prayers to Al-Sham.
Can't wait for this to be. And eventually he will.
Ludmia sort of gives a yawn and kind of rubs her eyes as she makes her way out of the tent. Strange enough, the dwarven bed seems to fit her fairly well.
She is one of the smallest people around.
Yep.
Save for the fucking goblins.
I sleep alright.
Yep.
Welcome
Good
to
night.
wakefulness.
I could have done with a better bed, but it made do.
I mean, better than just the rolls we normally sleep on.
Grook has just been sleeping on the floor. Sweet, sweet cave ground.
Oh yeah, cave moss.
Mm,
Just what my back needed.
my favorite.
Well, I take it you're all rested.
As rested as one can be in a bed that's undersized for one. Yes.
Just put
Ah,
like two of them
yes.
together.
As you say that, he immediately pans left to look at Liska. I wonder how it is to deal with that problem.
I just put 4 beds together.
Ah yes, because you have 4 beds to put together.
I did. Look.
I
Points
know.
back to the tent.
I like to imagine that Liska is sleeping in a tent and her like feet are outside of the tent because it's so small.
Well, that's why she picked. That's why she found the biggest one.
Yeah. I still don't think it would be good enough. Which standards list can look at feet? Ah, that one.
Ah, yes. Let's
Or
get to
hooves, I guess.
footsies. Hoopsies.
Roger go ahead and he rebinds his book to his side and steps up off of his disc. Well then, if all matters are attended to, breakfast before we meet the Queen, or are we?
Which, as Aja says that, you do see in the fire there are the while the intellect devourer has Grunker, did you take the remains of the intellect devourer off the fire?
Not the remains of that. I took the cage.
Okay, so there is essentially in the fire a very, very burnt and crispy looking intellect devourer.
Yeah, just a lump of coal.
Yeah, very, very, very dead.
Yeah.
And
He just took the.
it also appears
metal
that the
carrier.
Arrakis warrior is also has taken a piece of the intellect devourer and is eating it.
Yes, the burnt crunchy bits.
Well, better to fill our bellies than get going. Probably going to be a long day ahead of us.
Yes, well. Once again, as he's gonna point back towards the disc, it's a good thing we took their rations, so we don't have to dip into our own.
Yep, fair enough. Good, some good luck at least.
Better than nothing, yes.
I didn't actually catch that, Atlas. What'd you say?
Something is better than nothing.
Yeah. Okay. So shakes the cobwebs out a little bit, as it were.
The Arrakis warrior kind of spits out the remains of some sort of inedible part of the intellect devourer and just continues on the patrol after giving all of you the eye.
That was mildly something.
Yeah.
So, if those sentries are something that the dwarves and mind flayers do, that is something that we'll definitely have to deal with in the future. So, I mean, then this is maybe some ways away, but we just need to remember that next time we go in and possibly fight one, or have to deal with one, like, you know, when we attack the main capital of the dwarves, to have some sort of protection, I guess, against that sort of thing. I don't know if any of our
A
magic
mind
user-
shield.
Maybe? I don't know.
Oh yeah, I didn't even know what these things were till yesterday, so I ain't got no fucking clue.
But that's why we're talking about it now.
Or maybe
Because
there's like
I didn't either, but it's obviously something that affects the mind, and magic
Maybe-
is weird.
Maybe the dwarves can't go through like specific pieces of metal.
Like a hat or something,
Yeah. Made
Like
out of metal.
like tin.
Maybe. Or lead.
Lead's poisonous. Tin would probably be better.
Yeah, I mean,
I made the tinfoil hat joke last session. Fuck off.
Maybe they're made out of lead. Maybe that's why their eyes go all,
oh, maybe
Oh, rupee?
they're
No,
poison.
they're dwarves. They would know better.
lead-based life forms.
Well, it seems like rushing them down is one of the better things, but they may have some of them deep dwarves keep them out of harm's way, so getting them's going to be tricky either way.
Vladimir goes, maybe if we scrunch up some tinfoil on our heads.
Does tinfoil exist, generally?
I mean, if you're skilled enough blacksmith.
To make paper thin sheets of tin that you roll up and use for cooking.
This is very dangerous, Jenner. You're going to make a tinfoil cannon in your universe.
Hey, it's magic.
Ah, yes, magic tinfoil.
I gotta get that image of fucking Alex Jones wrapping the tinfoil around his head and just draw it up to be Odger. You're not gonna get me.
Make his like his hat, his Pope hat, and Autumn.
Do it.
Tinfoil.
Fucking
Exactly.
do it.
Those brain boys ain't gonna get me.
Well, I don't know if we're
What's
going to like
happening
that,
again?
so that's out.
Vladimir kind of scurries off to one of the tents, then comes back with what looks like a dwarven helmet, kind of thunk on her head. He goes like this.
I don't think that quite fits you.
Does it
Yeah,
work
it
with your
stops at the
horns?
horns.
Yeah,
You have
it's
to adjust it too.
it's just kind of
do
sat.
for
It's
horns,
just kind of
probably.
sat on top of her head right now. It's very ill-fitting.
Ill-fitting.
Ugh.
Vladimir gonna give
That's
a chuckle
good.
at Vladmir's
I
display.
hate myself for that joke, by the way.
Good. But yeah, Velen will give a chuckle at Vladimir's display.
She
Just
tries to pull it off. She tries to pull it off, but it's a bit stuck. And then she
I don't think we have any of that. Yeah. Sort of rubs his eyes a bit.
Anyway, so just some form of protection. Again, I defer to the magic users in this because I do not use magic. I use sword and shield. Well,
Closest
hammer.
thing you use to magic is whatever enchantments you have on your weapons.
Maybe he's just gonna kind of point to Liska. The thing he was trying to do the thing with your head. Like maybe wearing something and like securing it so you can't get removed, so that they can't just
Get to the head.
French kiss your skull out.
I mean, maybe, but that's not really what I was talking about. I didn't mean physically, I meant like mentally.
Oh,
They fuck with you, right?
right.
Yeah, like
if,
you know
yeah,
how we
but-
were taken over momentarily by
Yeah.
the eye.
Yeah, but if they actually do that, then they can't just eat us.
True. But they might not have to eat us if they just permanently enslave us.
I know, but still, kind of hurt to try.
I mean, you're not wrong. Like, I'd rather not have my brain eaten. But I also would like to keep, full control of my faculties.
Ah, yes, because being replaced by something that isn't you is unpleasant, I can imagine.
It's annoying.
Vladimir kind of speaks up and says, "Is there anything in the journal that might help?"
Marja, Roka, you two looked at it most. Anything there that'll help?
There's quite a
quiz,
few
motherfucker.
things
Wait,
mentioned within
what
the
did,
journal.
what did you just say? Oh, the journal, right?
There's quite a few things mentioned within. It's kind of hard to say with might help. Could you potentially narrow it down to anything?
Any information that might be relevant to the what the Spider-Man said? Ocular sentries. He said something about a presence. Something looking through it.
Think.
Anything to do with Millithids, was it?
I don't remember it having anything to do with the Lithid, so mentioning the like, there were... The Dark Priest?
Well,
Mentioned-
don't you have a journal with you?
I believe it was last in the hands of Grunka.
Yeah, Gurka has it.
Yeah. So she motions between Asher and Runka, the two people who read it. It's like,
That's
don't you
why
have a journal
Velma
with
asked
you?
them specifically.
Can't you just look through it real quick?
Would you be willing to pull that out, Grunka, so we can have a read over?
Alright, fine. Takes out the journal.
You take out the journal, Vladimir kind of scoots alongside Aja to see if she can also read it.
Don't think she can read Undercommon.
I'll double check.
Deep tongue, rather. Undertongue. One of the tongues.
I believe you may be able to. I'm not sure on that one. Double check. Yeah. No, not able to read under tongue, sadly. She briefly kind of looks over the. Wait, are you handing it over to Aja? Okay.
I imagine we're like sharing between each other.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll hold one end of the book and you can hold the other, so that way
Okay.
we can try and see.
Vladimir kind of leans over and then kind of frowns as she can't read it.
Let me... I remember there was the mentions of masters. The former masters of the Deep Dwarves. This may be in reference to these mind flayer creatures or the
Yeah. I think they-
illithits, I believe the Iraqis call them.
Yeah. I think that they used to control the dwarves and then they stopped and got enslaved themselves, and then now they're back in command, or maybe they're not.
Enslaved? Enslaved by what?
Whatever is. I don't know.
My guess it would do with this dark priest.
Why is it always that these kind of things have ominous sounding names? Dark Priest.
Makes me
Yes.
feel important, guess.
It's a source of power. Control, intimidation, fear.
Any
Must be
name
careful.
can have power and an intimidation to it, so long as it is used rightly.
I suppose, but... Well... I do not know. The fluffy unifier isn't quite as imposing when heard in speech. You know? So sometimes it's worthwhile to have these warrior-like
Unifier?
names.
Mm.
Unification? You know, the concept of bringing
Oh, yes.
things together?
Yes.
Then again, it also depends on what tongue you hear it in.
Yeah, well, I suppose.
Something can sound incredibly terrifying while meaning bucket.
Oh, you remember that voice by the door? That was pretty terrifying.
Yeah. Right.
Considering it was just a simple hello, that was, you know,
I
unnerving.
don't think it was quite talking in the sense of hello.
Well,
What do we know? It was locked behind whatever door. Ugh.
I can recall a couple of pages I was able to read. Remember there was mentions of a kind of masters. There was...
Yeah, the pale one.
The pale one,
No,
that's it.
I got a different page than you. There was the pale one.
Worn down Deep
Mentions-
Dwarf Journal. Youndus 28th.
No, I remember Mardus 2nd and Aurorus the 17th. I don't think I got to read that page.
There you go.
Could you flip to it real quick and let me...
Let's see.
The 22nd, you said?
Yeah, Jan's 28th.
28th.
Yeah. 2049. I.
Should I read it aloud?
Sure. Might be best.
Okay. As I march, I think on who we march for, and the cause that we dedicate ourselves to. It's at times like this that I find solace in the trials that the great Uniter went through. After so many hundreds of years of enslavement by the colonies, as of having our people's will twisted, we found freedom from our oppressors by Rydal Ashbite. I believe he was sent by the vengeful spirit of Nogdur himself to liberate his people. He escaped our oppressor's grasp and wandered the darkness for 10 years, seeking answer to his people's freedom, using a bright blue crystal to light his way. And he found it in a pact with the Pale One. In exchange for the crystal, the Pale One would grant him the strength to overcome our slavers. He sacrificed everything to save us from our fates as thralls to monsters. Pale One came to our people a generation ago, answered our prayers while we were still prisoners in our own minds. And, by the command of the Thrydial, the Pale One scattered our captors and enslaved them as they did to us. It was on that day our people, our civilization, knew that... How do you pronounce that name? What's it? Baridal?
Oh, how is it spelled?
THARIDIL.
Oh,
That's
Fatmia
not how it's
has
spelled.
Fatmia has heard some of the dark priests talking about their king, Tharidol.
Baridal. Oh, okay.
Tharidol.
He taps the word with his fingers. Sometimes some things get a little lost. He was the Marta king reborn. The clans and our former slavers were reunited under his banner. And Baridal. Okay. Things get a little bit, I don't want to say dyslexic, but some subtleties can be lost when reading, you know? Kind of taps the book again. But still, the Pale One mentions of the crystal. It's a little concerning.
So, this Pale One wants the crystal?
But it says that he gave it the crystal already. Is this another one? Are there more? Or did he lose it somehow?
It is probably what Fatmir is looking for. The egg.
Yes. If you go back... Double check the years. Yes, if you go... 2nd of Martis? I have a page. Wasn't it was Aurora's? Yes, the Aurora's the 17th. Talking about, looking for the thief of the crystal.
Yeah.
Which I believe is to Fatima.
Yeah, that was...
we found.
Yeah, and that was 3 years ago? 4?
So,
just about 4, yeah, 3 give or take months.
so Tharidol had the crystal, and then The Pale One wanted the crystal, made a deal with Theradol to get the crystal, and the Pale One set Theradol's people free, if that's what I'm understanding.
Yeah,
Yes.
and make the Elithids into slaves like they were by them.
Oh,
So, before 250, or rather, I should say 2050, deep dwarfs were enslaved. Theradol took Crystal, your egg, and traded it for freedom. And now you have the egg, and my guess is that now the deal is broken, and that's why we're seeing the dwarves with the purple in their eyes, because they're no longer free.
Or maybe.
the same purple that the spiders had.
And the Elithid.
Mm-hmm.
Which is what was the original controllers, these elite.
Yeah, they used to control the dwarves, but now they are controlled, but the dwarves are also controlled.
Yes, because the dwarves gave the crystal to this pale one to control the elithids and gain their own freedom.
Yeah,
So,
now they're not free anymore.
pale one has elithids.
Maybe the pale one, the crystal got taken from the pale one, and he then enslaved the dwarfs as punishment, and going back on the deal. And
Well,
the job is
yes.
now, the job is now to find the crystal and give it back.
That
Maybe they
makes
haven't
complete
had a chance
sense.
yet.
But then-
they stole the crystal, the egg from Vadmi, and they took it back to the Obsidian Tower. Well,
Yeah.
Yeah, which leads me to
But-
believe they got in touch with this pale yet, or maybe it's just been locked away by the Elithids. I don't know.
But who took the crystal from the pale one?
And gestures towards Vadima.
Yeah.
Did you take it from the god?
Vadmir shakes her head. Vadmir took it from a patrol. Vadmir thinks they were moving it somewhere.
But you know where on your map that was?
Something
wait.
doesn't make sense here.
Yeah, how did the dwarves have the egg if they gave it to the pale one? How did they get their hands on it again?
Maybe it is being used by the dwarves, by the Pale One's orders.
Oh. What if the pale one is something behind that door we found? Or in some other way is unable to directly interact with the world? Maybe it's bound.
Vadmir takes out her
If
map.
the Bale one isn't able to move the stone itself, it would employ the forces of the dwarves who made the deal with it. And if lost in their care, responsibility falls to them, thus the slavery. Do you remember seeing the purple eyes under the dwarves when you took the crystal?
Uh-huh.
Oh, they were already hypnotized.
Maybe this is something else. Maybe this isn't the pale one. Maybe something
Maybe
else
they
to
took it,
control.
just wanted both ends of the deal. After they
Maybe.
were freed, then they just tried taking it back.
Or maybe something else took control over them and had them take the egg from the pale one.
That's completely possible.
Or
The
maybe
pale one could have made its deal, but the thing that makes purple eyes and hypnotizes could be something completely different.
Yeah.
maybe the Pale One went back on its deal to control all of them.
It's powerful enough.
And
Could very well be.
Fatmia intercepted the egg right around here.
It's a mess. So, yeah, where did you find this patrol van?
Far as Vadmia knows, the patrol was coming out of the obsidian tower. They were following the egg, like some sort of a beacon. Vadmia thinks they were trying to find something, using the egg as a guide.
In that story, wasn't their leader using that like a guide or something to light the way? Then he found the pale one.
Maybe they try. Maybe something took control of the dwarves, stole the egg, or took the egg, and is trying to find the pale one with it.
Here's a thought. What if
Okay,
the egg?
Sirenscape crashed.
Yeah, Sirenscape
What if
crashed.
the egg is something that can tell you about whatever the egg is, or if the egg itself has an influence to guide people?
Well, Atmia, did you feel something special when you had the egg?
Vadmia heard the egg talking to her.
Oh,
It was trying to get help.
Help with what?
Vadmia does not know. Help trying to save it from their hands, maybe.
This doesn't seem to fix our problem about to deal with the mind fuckery.
We may have
Unless I'm
to.
missing something here.
We may have to think about it more when we come to it.
Quick question. Anybody else having problems with Sirenscape?
Yeah, I'm having.
Yeah,
issues
mine
with that.
crashed a second ago. I tried relaunching it and it did not load.
It's same thing. Okay.
Right.
I have a question for you. Out of game thing. Everything else in that sheet links except for I can't get the pale one to link out. Is that
That's
does that
intentional.
one have a hyperlink?
That's
Yeah,
intentional.
Probably because we haven't discovered it yet.
Nope,
Yeah.
You haven't discovered it yet.
yeah.
Okay,
Because-
so we
because
haven't
the
discovered
egg-
it. So
Yeah,
got it. Making sure
Yeah.
that was intentional.
yeah. We have. There's a lot of hyperlinks that doesn't work. There's a
Mhm.
couple that works.
Because we don't have access to those sheets yet.
No.
Yeah, the egg works.
Got it.
And Nogder works.
Oh.
And
I'm excited to find out about that.
yeah.
Right. Okay. Sirenscape appears to be
Oh,
working
Sirenscape
again.
working. Yeah. All right. Awesome. Sorry for the interruption. Since we're out of character for a second, everybody good on the lore and understand like the timeline and what the hell happened?
Basically. Yeah.
Sort of.
Doesn't help us in the short term, but I imagine once we get over there, it'll make more sense.
Mm-hmm.
I imagine we might actually get some answers from the Queen, who has historic insight on some of these things.
Oh
Hopefully.
no. Sorry, I'm knowing because I'm gonna have to respond to that information.
Yeah, remember when you need to get really difficult things and like DC 25 checks you gotta make? So don't let us down, buddy.
I mean, I can only try.
That's
It's
all
cool.
we ask.
I've got an inspiration. I'm willing to blow on the important ones.
It's at that point that the
I'm
seer
willing
kind
to
of
blow something.
drifts around the corner of the tent and just kind of waits expectantly
A seer.
in a very creepy way, just kind of sort of peering around the tent, drifting into your view.
Wow, even Janner's being racist.
A seer. Do you know anything about the pale one?
We have heard of this pale one. Yes.
Yeah, because you're kind of holding the book. Because I don't know if you read anything yet, but apparently, you know, the dwarves were controlled by the Illithids, and then the dwarves gave this blue crystal egg to the Pale One, who then freed them and enslaved the Illithids. In the same way the dwarfs were, and now we're just kinda wondering who is now controlling both of them. Because both of them seem to be controlled by something. And it's not the Illithids. But it maybe not be the Pale One, because the dwarves are also controlled, so it might be something else entirely.
Seer casts have cross-referenced the information from this journal that you provided us with the intelligence gathered by the Weaver cast. It would seem that after hundreds of years of enslavement of these people by the Illithid, Faridol Ashbite, this new king of the Deep Dwarfs, made a pact with this Pale One. Faridol gave the Pale One this blue crystal it speaks of in this journal. And the Pale One freed the Ashskins. This Pale One has taken control of the Illithid somehow. The nightmares mentioned in the journal may be reason why the Ashskins also betray the same mind-altered condition. As far as we can tell, some of the Ashskins' forces do not share the same malaise. The Greenskins' minds are free, but work as mercenaries hired by the Dark Priests. The priests are free of the condition that affects the Ashkin brethren beneath them.
Maybe it was kind of a coup by the priesthood or church or whatever. Maybe it's a cult.
Perhaps, or maybe Faridol's inner circle. The Dark Priests pay a hobgoblin that leads the green-skinned mercenaries and teases him along with promises of becoming a great warlord.
Oh. Yeah, he's probably trying to become the head gobbo himself. Wouldn't surprise me. But, this is very complicated.
The story becomes more and more complex the further the webs of destiny converge.
Yeah. This sure is a this is a complex web, that's for sure. But yeah. Grook is just kinda lost looking at the book, just thinking, doing a big think. Under my bag,
If you're
and I
kind
shouldn't
of
have to do
thought
this.
these things before.
The Illithids,
Yeah.
as I have said before, the Illithid are an old enemy of ours. They are as old as we. We who were old when this world was young. But now, they have retreated to their colonies, content to isolate themselves.
How did you find Since they're your old enemies, I imagine you know a lot more about.
Seer kind of thinks
Oh.
on this for a second.
Old enemies do not necessarily mean that you would have a record or a library of what they do or are capable of. Old enemies could mean that you fought with them a lot in the past, but have not in recent times.
Well, you learn about how anyone fights by fighting them.
The green
Maybe
skin,
things haven't changed that much.
the green skin has a point. You were once old enemies, but we fight no longer. And on this subject, perhaps our queen has more to say on this.
Sort of shift back and sit down, thinking. Out of character, I'm struggling, I'm thinking, I'm trying. it's
Yeah.
drawing a blank, somebody help, I'm thinking.
Yeah, this is a lot.
Somebody with more of a brain than does.
I'm trying to fucking do the big brain myself, but I'm coming up with nothing.
Besides going over and hitting them before they can fuck with our heads, I don't really have much of a strat so far.
For how to counter illithids, right? I'm sorry, I had a side
Basically, yeah,
conversation.
that was where we started, but we sort of gotten into lore territory.
Sorry, I was a little bit sidetracked on side conversations, though. Trying to big brain here, are we trying to figure out, like, the tactics of how to take care of the illithid?
Yeah, we're trying to think of how to counter their mental kerfuffle.
Okay.
And we ended up in lore somehow, because I guess the answer was sort of in there, but I don't see it, so I'm just lost.
Let me find some loreful answers. Ajir will turn to the seer, crack open his Bible, take out a quill, not even bother dibbling it in ink, and just hold it there to the paper, as he begins to write down what he says. Looking at the seer, he asks, if I could ask a few questions, just so I could brainstorm something. You fought these creatures in the past, yes?
When this world was young, we did not fight them, but there are many others of our kin, not of our species, but those that were ancient. They fought with the illithids, and the illithids fought with them. Our kind did not partake in the ancient war. We sequestered ourselves beneath the ground.
See. So it was an ancient version of your people that actually fought them. Do any?
But other ancient creatures as ancient as we who fought the illithid.
Oh. I see. Do any sort of documentation exist of these conflicts?
To that moment, that the seer, very much intrigued by your question, kind of drifts over, almost kind of hovers over the fire, and then drifts down towards your position.
The Twilight Prophecies.
Twilight Prophecies.
Spooky music.
Oh yeah,
No
like
such-
I had to restart Sirenscape, so if you can restart.
Yeah.
Creepy
Yeah,
music.
let's get that spook in.
Go.
Just maximize.
To that moment, the seer kind of continues.
Our queen keeps a record of the Twilight Prophecies. I would recommend
it was a little hard to understand that through the translator. None can recall the prophecies for what?
None can recall the prophecies, as can the Sisterhood of Seven.
As can the something of 7.
The Sisterhood of Seven.
Okay.
Sisterhood of Seven. Sorry. S's are very difficult through that.
Right.
Yeah,
Okay.
sort of the chittering and stuff makes it quite hard to just catch on to the.
Yeah, it's fine. Just as a quick side note, Jenner, in future when we ask for clarification, drop the voice mod because yes, it's cool. Clarification is important.
Oh man, I'm sorry if I'm giving you some intense keyboard ASMRs. I'm just gonna rack this down.
I don't hear anything.
Okay.
I'll dip down the voice mod a little bit so you can understand me through it. So, it said, none can understand the Twilight Prophecies as can the Sisterhood of Seven. And you gather that maybe talking about the Queen as a member of the Sisterhood of Seven.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So the Queen itself is a member, or is mentioned.
The Queen herself may be, as implied by the seer, a member of the Sisterhood of Seven.
Okay. So we're gonna need to get to the Queen.
Why do I have a feeling that giant spider thing we were supposed to, hunt and fight?
Yeah, I think
yeah,
that's been implied by now.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that was
a session or
understood
two
like a while
ago,
yeah.
Liska was like, Queen might be on hit list, so
Yeah.
sorry for butchering Liska.
I think the spider
right.
people mentioned that the Queen went to look for new territory, but then bumped into the dwarven mines.
Yep.
And was chased off.
Yeah, so Liska's just gonna pocket that one.
Oof.
Maybe not get this done.
It's like I'd rather not,
Okay.
start a war between races.
Yeah. Starting a race war for money is never a good idea.
I mean, look where we are now in America. Anyway,
Gross.
Okay, so moving on.
Okay, moving on.
Spicy. Anyway,
We do the we do D&D to get away from that stuff.
yeah. So, ancient creatures of old ages, not the spider folk themselves, fought against the Illithids. The Twilight Prophecies tell of such tales. None know the prophecies as well as the Sisterhood of Seven, which is implied the spider folk queen is part of.
Yes.
So far, that's accurate. Yes.
A series of ancient and primordial creatures that fought with the Illithids. The Illithids were probably of those ancient creatures, and long ago when the world was young. And you gather that the Arrakis Queen probably knows of this through the Twilight Prophecies.
Okay, did they fight or fight with?
From what you can gather
alongside.
from what the sea has said, instead of fighting, the Arrakis went underground.
ISD dip and high tactic.
dodge, duck, dip, dive, dodge.
Okay. Then I'm up to date and I'm good for us to meet the Queen to get the information, because it seems like the seer is pointing us towards you gotta see the Queen.
Well, I mean, we did take this camp and then we did a little extra with the hatchery, so we could speak to the Queen.
Yeah.
All right. So, it's at that point the seer kind of gestures all six of its arms outstretched to all of you.
Are you ready?
I'm calling teleport shenanigans.
Well, they have
Alright,
the
here we
waystone
go.
set up now, so that's probably what's gonna happen.
Little Cully going under the hat, making bodily contact.
Brim and
Sal will be slightly hesitant to touch the dude.
I'm just gonna put my shoulder on, or like put my hand on like Aja's shoulder.
the seer kind of takes their hands away and just seems to gesture beyond the tent towards the waystone.
And I use that moment to push Aja forward because that's what I was doing the entire time.
Yeah. Grix and Brim kind of come to you, Grunker, and says, "We'll wait for you here."
All right, that's probably a good idea.
Good boys.
Yeah, just keep an eye out.
Will do.
Yeah.
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 I love that that's like a racial or cultural thing.
Yeah.
Seer begins to kind of drift over towards the waystone.
Well, there we go. If roll 20 will...
Off we go teleporting again.
Place your hand upon the way, Jim.
I'm gonna squeeze up over here and just... okay, maybe make room for Liska.
Grunker's gonna place a finger on it.
Grunker vanishes in a puff of sickly green smoke.
See, that's why you let someone else do it first.
Touch.
Liska
Sal just
vanishes.
looks to Aja as he says that.
What? I wanted to make sure all his limbs went with him. That's it. Farewell.
Once again,
And Cully?
Aja vanishes.
Is Vladimir coming, or is she hanging out by?
Yeah.
by Kelly?
Vladmir's going to come as well.
Cully's just here for token's sake, but he's under his hat.
I know, I was teasing. Vellum
Sal
wants-
will then tap the waystone as well.
Vellum will also.
All right. Let's see here.
I don't feel comfortable with the fact that this fucking thing is just like, oh yeah, you just touch it and teleport.
I'm going to bring you back over to the larger map. Okay, there you are.
Just do what you have to do.
Yep, I will do so. Give me a sec. Moving your party token over to the relevant place.
Okay, so I imagine Vellum in character would be paying attention to everything, but I am slightly losing it with the lore dump. So if there's any vital questions that I might have missed, maybe I don't know if it's metagaming to have like them put in chat for me to reference or something, or if you want me to just fucking go with what I remember.
All right. So I'll just give it to you in summary if you like.
No. I was just
well,
looking at
Jesus.
everyone else's opinions, like the sort of things I need to be asked. Because I feel like I'm gonna end up having to do all the talking here, which makes sense.
Yep, the other party talkers are not with the party.
Okay, so you find yourself in another cave system. As one by one you vanish and emerge through the waystone. You can see strange polyps of fungal growth seem to decorate the floors. And once more, you see another flash of sickly greenish energy as the seer apparates next to the waystone nearby all of you.
Come. Let us venture towards the citadel.
Let's do.
To lead the way, because I have no clue where we are going.
Okay.
And she just
Yeah, I think
gestures
the
around to the
difference is
fact
we're
that
being led by
we've never
dice
been
by
here.
spitters.
I know where we are.
I mean, me too. We're underground.
Guide us, Jenner.
Yep. I will have that be the seer for now. So the seer begins to drift around the corner. You have a moment to yourselves as you're being led to talk, if you so choose.
Well, now we're in the thick of it, aren't we?
I mean, I feel like the moment we came down here, we're beginning to think of something.
Yes, but remember, I think we're past, the giant spiderweb wall.
I mean, I would hope so. I saw it over there. And she points back to where I was when they came in.
Which also reminds me, you have successfully unlocked the outpost Waystone.
Yay!
Hey!
Yes.
Sweet.
Nice.
Yes.
Oh god, I forgot how big this map was. It makes me chug sometimes.
It makes you chug harder than a jug and a jug chug.
A jug chug?
I must
Yeah.
chug, 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 if chug, 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 chug.
Chugga.
Goddamn
Choo-choo.
word twisters.
Whoop whoop.
I'll also unlock the Arrakis Gateway Stone.
Oh, yeah.
When do we unlock the Arrakis race? Never.
Right, can you all
never.
see that?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yo.
And can you all also see this?
Yes.
Yes.
Hey!
I might
Alright.
be locked up because I'm not seeing a damn thing.
I
Oh,
see.
there we go. I was getting pinged and moved.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's
Okay.
neat. It's like a
Alright.
fast travel system. When the map's so big you need fast.
But one of the points to fast travel. That's the thing.
Yeah. It's
If you're halfway between, you're just fucked.
Yeah, it's
Uh,
the
you
carriage-
You forget
like
that
the
mod for Skyrim that requires you to use the carriages to fast travel? That's where we're at, baby.
good old-fashioned realism mod.
You can also see numerous other Arrakis patrols wandering throughout these caverns here. Each kind of grouped up into 5, and even though they're kind of few in number, their large size makes up for it. They begin to kind of largely kind of make this echoing, clacking noise through the caverns as you make your way past. And each of them give you a strange look. Their heads kind of twitching over in your direction.
Ah, yes, because they don't know what a mammal is.
What'd you
Yeah,
call
we're,
me?
we're the weirdos here.
You also begin to see the same type of webbing that you once encountered off to your right side. You gather this is probably some sort of barrier that's been woven to prevent the deep dwarves from venturing into their territory.
Right. So.
Again, this is a long journey. You're kind of wading behind the seer, kind of manoeuvring past these patrols as you make your way by.
So, sort of more whispering to the... We're in a semi-hushed tone. How are we going about talking to this queen then? It's already going to be tense enough. She's fairly big deal, obviously.
It's a queen of, and then mild gesture to everything around.
I mean, she's a queen. Just pay the proper respect and deference, and it's pretty much how you treat all royalty.
Well, I know we got this alliance going, but I feel like we need to learn more from her. But with everything going on, I'm still putting together what we need to do.
You begin to see large woven pods of spider silk, about 10 to 15 feet in diameter, kind of built up into the walls. From the holes in them, the holes in them kind of indicate that these are sort of spider-built huts of sorts, woven and spun with a thick and sturdy web. You also notice the very fine film of silk across the floors, the walls, and the ceiling, as well as a thick barrier of more of this sort of strange thick webbing. But the seer just waves its myriad hands and parts the webs as you're escorted. You easily make your way through.
I don't know if we'll be talking as a group or if they'll ask one or two of us to talk, but Arja, Grunks, one of you, I'm gonna need you guys on the ball, because I don't know if I'm gonna fuck up any of this history going on, and you two have looked at it most, so be good if Agile. Yeah.
Okay.
As you round the corner,
Grunk and I could help translate anything you have problems with, maybe, and help you. If you wanted to take the primary speaking role, we could assist you.
Well, I'm thinking that might be best. If we got a lot of voices going on, then might be an annoyance to the or some such thing. It seemed like chaos or
Yeah, don't worry, we'll try and help you.
Thanks.
You consort with us, and then you speak for us. How's that?
That sounds fine. Got all the information, and at least if there's any, it'll go on me. Should be fine, though. Should be fine. Just once again rubs his eyes.
you say that you round the corner, and you see before you a grand gate.
I have a question.
Oh.
Sorry. Whenever
trying
Vellum
to
is
tell
rubbing his eyes, does he have the kind of like bags, purplish, whatever the fuck under his eyes that Liska and Grunka have?
Sort of black stains around, sort of black stained
Yeah.
skin. Doesn't appear to be so, no.
Okay, so he's just normally not sleeping well. All right, cool. Sorry, continue.
He's just
Thought
got
I just thought that'd be a pertinent thing to know before we go into this.
No, that's a fair question.
Even more fair question, is Liska's eyes still fucked up, and is Grunka still Spoon Hands McGee?
Is he? That is a very important question. Is he still Spoon Hands?
McGillicuddy.
Oh yeah, no, he's still a spoon hands.
Even if Janner was going to say no, he's like, nope, still have spoon hands.
I
They
want
graduated into fork hands.
Yeah, and Liska's gaze is still a little bit off kilter.
Okay. So it is
Not like they're
persistent.
gonna bring it up in the middle of.
Yeah. As you're thinking over this, you do see before you a grand gate, similar to the one where you first encountered the Arrakis, but this one is gargantuan. It's nearly 100 feet tall, and inscribed and chiseled with all manner of complex hieroglyphic symbols and images upon either of the tall forked obelisks that tells this sort of interpretive tale of how they're you've seen these sort of symbols before on Arrakis traders handing out these sort of small trinkets. Is telling this sort of interpretive tale of how their goddess, Catethix, gave birth to 7 spider queens, and how this lineage of broodmothers has existed for millennia. Moreover, the heavy weave of thick silk that spans between the 2 obelisks appears to be woven with the image of a huge abstract spider with 16 legs. Grunker, you've definitely seen this imagery in many of the various trinkets either being sold or worn by Arrakis traders. This spider, often depicted with 16 legs or more, is a common representation of cathetics.
Oh.
That's how you spell it.
Oh, thanks, Asmir.
Not with a K. Right.
So wait, what did you say? So I get everything?
The web itself is a depiction. Woven within it is a huge depiction of a 16-legged spider, probably a representation of their goddess cathetics. And you've often seen it on the garb of Arrakis traders, or within these sort of small trinkets sold by Arrakis traders.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I know that.
And when speaking with these traders, you've heard a number of Arrakis hives throughout the world. You've heard of them, rather. 7 of which are spoken of in reverence, like meccas of worship to cathetics.
Seven cities, did you say?
7 hives, which
Seven
are
hives, right?
seven hives, which are almost like meccas of worship to their goddess. And the gate of this bears a striking resemblance to what you've heard being described.
So this is probably one of the hives.
Most likely.
Sweet.
As you follow the Arrakis seer, you watch it wave 3 of its 6 arms to one side. About 2 of these patrols of 9 warriors begin following you from behind. The webbing itself parts an entry just large enough to fit all of you through, and he offers you a lead through. Do you enter?
Sal takes a look to Vellum as, you know.
Yes. Deep breath into the deep end. Let's go. Unless anyone.
I will let Vela bravely lead the way as my little testimony. Explode or some other heinous shit. Of course.
I mean, it's a tried and true method. Send either the fighter or the barbarian.
What?
Big Spider-Verse.
Look. Back to Sal. Let him go first. And then he follows.
Yeah.
I don't like it.
God, I hate moments like these, but I also love them.
I'm just worried my stupidness is gonna fuck us. I'll forget some vital piece of info and then look. And I'm like, fuck you, we're not doing an alliance with you, you don't know shit.
Vellum fucks up death to all end of campaign.
Yeah, we're just fucking TPK right there.
Can I once again say something very important? I would like to reiterate the fact that though you may have limited knowledge, understanding, memory, whatever, as a human being, your character has mental stats that may exceed your own. So there's nothing wrong with pausing and saying, hey Jenner, I can't really recall, but
My character would know X.
Yeah, would my
Okay.
character know about this stuff?
Yeah, it's fine if you want to say that. I want to ask that.
Yeah.
Okay.
And there's
I'm
nothing
gonna try
wrong
not
with
to fuck this up,
pausing
guys.
for a
Let's
second.
go.
All right.
There's
Oh,
nothing wrong with pausing and saying, hold on, let me think about that response. You don't just have to
yeah.
rapid. Don't make the mistakes you did before about saying shit and then regretting it because you didn't think.
Sure. So, you all follow the seer in.
Yeah.
All right. You step into a tremendous cavern. The size of a small island. At least 1,000 feet from end to end. The ceiling vanishes into darkness, and the cave walls are saturated in woven pods of web. Thousands of silken huts that cover every inch of this cave from floor to ceiling. Spans of silken rope connect every hut to every other, like tightrope walkways. A huge interconnected community of nightmarish acclaim. Threads also connect to great constructs, obelisks, and monoliths of cyclopean obsidian and dark stone, trimmed with ancient burnished brass and gold, sullied by the weathering of eons past. The only light that permeates throughout this cavern is the dim light radiating from the ever-present green fungus that occasionally peppers the place in patches and clusters. This place looks older than time itself.
Welcome, surface dwellers, to the city of Kator.
The seer says.
Alright, I'm gonna need a spell check on that.
Why do I
Boy,
have a
here comes the
feeling?
jug.
Why do I have a feeling we're going full Lovecraft right now?
Oh no, I'm mad enough already.
Because you're racist.
I mean,
No, that is a racist thing to say. Everybody knows that Lovecraft is fish people. Alright?
Be racist towards the fish people.
Okay, not where I was going with that,
I was
but I
paraphrasing.
like the enthusiasm. I like the
Yes, well,
enthusiasm.
yes, that is exactly what you think.
So, do you advance?
Yes.
I mean, they're directing us, so I guess we go.
Alright. You
Yeah, if
venture
they
down.
wanted to kill us, we'd be dead by now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You all begin to advance down the enormous gargantuan stairway, crafted from ancient-looking obsidian, and onto what looks like a main central plazaway, straight through the center of this enormous, daunting-looking hive. You hear the the clicking and chittering, and the very many figures of thousands of spider-like creatures throughout this strange alien city. You see some. You see some of them, small and wasp-like, taking flight around the cavern, looking over this great obsidian promenade through the city centre. You see other more delicate-looking Arrakis with swollen abdomens, tending to smaller clusters of glowing green eggs. You also see one or two Arrakis who look less spider-like and instead look more like massive beetles crossed with scorpions, these being the juggernauts you once encountered. see a number of weavers darting your direction, closely examining your group with sort of hungry intensity before the seer shoos them off.
This is not good.
You look up into the far up above, and you notice that you've gathered a veritable crowd of strange and varied-looking creatures of insectoid and arachnid nature. The chittering and clacking seems to grow louder, and you've drawn quite a bit of attention as more warrior caste Arrakis begin to join your group in the escort. All this
Hey, look, we have like a royal procession. Like they're rolling out the red carpet.
Ah, yes, because we totally want all this attention.
I mean, why wouldn't we? Like, we
I do.
coming as like heroes.
All like diplomats, I think.
I mean, heroic diplomats is fine too.
Yes. For me? Normally, a heavily armed procession is normal when meeting royalty or, important officials.
Yes, but I do have a feeling that whatever we would do will be amplified in all the wrong ways if we fuck up.
Yes.
That's how it is with
Don't
royalty.
fuck up and
regardless.
die. We could be executed if we do things wrong here. So, be respectful and don't. Yeah, very good, Grunka. See, he already knows.
More and more warriors begin to escort your group along the central promenade towards a great ziggurat, fanged at the top corners like spider legs that curve upwards. But as you get closer, it's only then that you see the gathering of many Arrakis forces at its peak. Weavers, seers, warriors, the occasional juggernaut. One by one you notice them reaching out towards the some sort of shrine in the centre and then disappearing. Likely a waystone of their own construction, now linked with the outpost you helped them overthrow. And it's only then, as you venture over the bridge and up the stairs, that you notice it's not just a ziggurat. It's the top of a spire of gargantuan proportions, about 300 feet wide and long, and probably as tall as the cavern is long. It's difficult to see the bottom of this huge ravine it sits within. As the heavy weave of web and the distant green haze blocks out any semblance of ground. Or did someone want to say something there?
Nope, just.
We good?
Many. He is.
I'm scared.
See many thousands of Arrakis crawl across its exterior as you look over the edge. Through the webs in and out of the tower, this is likely a central place of habitation and worship. It seems that the Arrakis build their cities in a vertical fashion. You also notice the common theme of stained glass used throughout the exterior of the tower as well. Some form of cultural adherence to beautiful architecture, which is surprising. You see at the end of the cavern, partly embedded into the wall, around here, is a hauntingly beautiful grand cathedral-like structure of jagged, fanged obsidian spires, stained glass, and ancient stone. The front gate is another thick weave of web, as well as a bridge spanning the tower to the palace itself. As you make your way across the bridge, it's surprisingly sturdy, almost like a thick concrete. Though you have to be aware that you're not stepping between the weave itself, not dropping to the abyss below. But it's easy enough to do.
I think Balthazar's not here.
Yeah, he
Why is
died.
that? Oh, yeah, he's known to fall off bridges.
Yeah.
Well, from high places in general.
Yeah, this is like the highest of the high.
I mean, with his bad hoof.
Yeah. We're just gonna look down. How deep does it seem to be?
You cannot tell. The haze just seems to block out any semblance of ground. It's like you know Zion from the Matrix Revolutions, with all the bridges interconnecting that one single kind of spire.
Shit.
Yeah, it's like that. You gather probably not a good idea to fall, and if you were to fall, you would probably hit a fair few webs on the way down.
It'll stop our falls. It's okay. Safety nets.
So you make your way up to the front gate of this hauntingly beautiful palace. You see flanking the front gate are two massive Arrakis juggernauts, poleaxes in their claws, and just watching you intently as the seer guides you all to the front gate. And the juggernauts immediately cross their poleaxes in front, and the seer in front of the seer, and begin to kind of clacking their enormous mandibles. You can practically feel the bassy tone of their voices in your chest as they say, let's see, here we go. You hear something akin to the seer responds in the same language with this is just for the benefit of those that speak this language. Then the Juggernauts, one of them replies with he watches the Juggernauts uncross their poleaxes, and you are led through the silken gate. So for the meantime, we'll just plant your token there. You find yourselves guided through a tall, darkened, arched hall. It may have been eaten into the rock itself over many, many years. And then carved into an ornate, darkened, jagged, but graceful Gothic aesthetic. There are semblances of where raw, unhewn rock is still visible, but other than that, it's intimidating but also beautiful.
Okie dokie.
there anything you want to say while you're being led here?
I don't want to fuck up, so I will refrain.
Vellum.
Vellum, besides having a brief whisper from Arjur, is mainly focusing on just collecting himself, because this is a big deal. This is something important, and he's definitely wanting to focus on succeeding. For many reasons.
You notice
Alright.
So go
Right.
ahead.
He was just gonna say, alright, well, on my best manners.
Alright. As you nervously make your way through, most of the patrols have left your side. There's only a group of about 4 Arrakis warriors trailing behind you right now as you're being led by the seer. You see a number of 5 to 10 foot diameter holes that have been carefully bored into the sides of the hall at certain intervals. Tunnels which probably lead to other places in this cathedral-like palace, like an ant's nest. The dim light slowly grows in intensity towards the end of the hall. Luminescent glass comes into view as the hall opens up into a domed antechamber, which is bathed in bright green. The glowing glass windows aren't stained glass, but instead gives the chamber the resemblance of a round hall of broken mirrors, emitting a fragmented, sickly green light throughout the chamber. This be considered bright light, by the way. And a weave of web closes behind you. The seer turns back to all of you as the warriors leave you behind and just stand guard beyond the woven door.
You shall wait here, while I alert the Queen of your presence.
The choice of wording is no me gusta, but it is understandable.
I would
gonna
also recommend that you leave your weapons behind.
Insight check!
Go ahead and make an insight check.
Is this just for normal security reasons, like don't bring weapons into a fucking royal hall throne room place? Or is it just like, suspect?
13. Best you can tell, it's seems to be oddly enough, though their cultures very much differ. This seems to be sort of a common practice you've also seen before entering King Brator Yornmeyer's throne room.
Okay. Well, good thing my sword's in my bag already.
Sure.
God, I'm really liking having a bag of holding.
Yeah, it's nice. Greg is gonna leave his weapon on the ground, or if there's a table or whatever.
So, there aren't really any tables here. It's more like just sort of this octagonal shaped, tall antechamber with barely anything in the way of furniture or furnishings. You just see the sort of broken stained glass, almost like a broken hall of mirrors.
Alright, I guess I'm just gonna leave my 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 weapons.
Okay. As you drop your weapons, you watch the seer kind of wave a myriad of its hands, and you see webs kind of extend from the walls and sort of secure the weapons to the walls for you when you return. Sort of like holsters.
Alright. Good.
Do you all leave your weapons?
I mean, I don't want to be fucking eaten, so yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Question. Well, I was just about to say something first.
Oh, you go ahead. You go ahead first.
Liska's gonna kind of look and point to the myriad of bags of holding that we have. It's like, is it okay if we just put them away? Do we have to leave them here specifically?
So long as they are out of sight and not to be taken as a threat.
Okay.
Works for me.
Alright.
Oh,
Pick his weapons
hold up
back
his.
up. He's gonna pick his weapon back up and put it in the bag.
You kind of have to tear it away from the web, but you managed to do so.
Audrey will hold his little gold staff up. Like, do you need me to secure my walking stick as well?
Oh, fuck
It
off
is
with
a
that.
prototype.
Sorry.
Walking stick.
It sort of gives me the light I use to see as he waves it around a little bit.
Make a persuade.
You would deprive an old man of his walking stick, would you?
He's genuinely asking. He's not trying to persuade.
Okay. Seer responds with,
There is plenty light for surface dwellers in the chamber.
Very well. I shall just take off the iconography and put the staff away as he twists the little top part of the chalice off and wooden quarterstaff. And he just puts his little chalice iconography on his belt and hands over a mundane quarterstaff.
Alright. So the seer takes the staff and kind of plants it against the wall, and the web sort of grows over it like a very many vines, waiting for your return. And with that, the seer kind of gestures a few arms and drifts beyond the weave, and the weave seals itself behind him as you await instructions. You have a moment to yourselves.
So, if we fuck up, we get eaten.
Basically.
So that, you know, everybody's on the
No
same
pressure.
page. Yeah. Also, her name is Silix. Queen Silix.
That is good to know.
Yeah.
I'll sort of just take a deep breath and exhale before taking a more upright posture. We'll be fine. We'll go in, talk to her, reach an accord, and deal with this obsidian tower, whatever the hell's in it.
Yeah. Also, we might be like some children of fate.
Well, let's not try to push that angle unless they bring it up.
Yeah. It's just I know that they talked about it before when we first met them, and you know, maybe just play into the faith thing. Just things like that, because they are really big into, you know, mysticism and faith, and like, you know, things like that.
Prophecies.
So maybe, yeah. So maybe if we're like, you know, why we are here, then, you know, maybe the answer is just that maybe fate just brought us here, because that would make sense to them and not seem like crazy people.
That's true, but I think I'll lead with the common enemy.
Oh yeah.
Focus on
Yeah.
the facts.
Yeah.
That's probably wisest.
Yeah, maybe, you know, the princess, the princess, and maybe, you know, if all of this works out, we get the princess, we, like, you know, we live and we do this, then maybe we could put on a good word for the king upstairs, and, you know, Maybe do some kinda, little pseudo alliance thingy, mabob.
And,
Yeah, I was thinking. Well,
Because, maybe they can't talk to the king because, they're spiders, but maybe we could at least start a thing and then they could pick out some people who aren't like, arachnophobiacs and, be,
it'll save a lot of trouble.
yeah.
And if I might be able to chime in with a little bit of Carthan wisdom as a alliance member of the Silver Kingdom and Mayland in general, perhaps we could push the idea of helping them reclaim their old capital. The one that's far deeper and away from contested borders of the underground mines of the dwarves, where potential expansionism conflict could occur. Maybe get them further away in their old home where there'll be fewer issues,
Yeah.
True.
Good point.
I figure dwarves are going to keep digging no matter what, so it'll come up eventually. But if the surface lot are helpful to the spider folk and vice versa, then it should make things better when that comes along.
Definitely. But it's always nicer to have this much room between you and a friendly neighbor, and then he just steps forward right in Velm's face. This much room. This isn't quite as comfortable, even though we're friends, yes? Steps back. You understand my point?
Yeah, I understood.
Very good. I have faith in you.
Okay, so, yeah. This is a neat place.
Right.
Vladimir says, "This is a scary place."
Yeah, you think they built this, or do you think they took it over from some other, old
They seem
race?
smart, so either they built it or they
Hmm.
convinced someone else to build it.
Yeah, or maybe they just took it over. Because, why would they need the stone walls when they have webbing and...
Well,
Things.
you gotta anchor your web to something.
I guess. I wonder how they made the glass. Is it glass?
You go over. Do you
I
go
don't
over and
know.
check?
He's gonna carefully make his way over to one of the windows with glass in it. He's gonna...
Yeah, there is like this strange reflective kind of glass-like material all over. It's like a domed, a tall domed hall of broken mirrors.
Right. He's gonna touch it. Does it feel like glass?
It feels a little bit like glass, but upon closer inspection, you can see that the way that they've kind of fixed this glass-like substance together is through some semblance of any sort of biological liquids like spittle or stranger spidery goop.
Yeah. Yes. About to say that it's probably not actual glass. It's just some
Yeah, it
weird
looks
see-through.
it looks
bio
almost
stuff.
yeah, it almost looks like crystal, but upon closer inspection, it does look like hardened biological liquids from the Arrakis that may have been hardened into by some stranger methods you're not sure of, and kind of fixated together very, very dutifully. A lot of care has been taken into putting each small piece of glass into place. There is some sort of reverence to this sort of stained glass-like formations.
Wow, wild. So, oh wow. Let's spook 'em.
It's at that moment that the weave of web once again parts, and the seer comes through, gestures with its multitudes of arms, and says,
Queen Silix, can see you now.
Do you follow?
Yep, just once again, deep breath, proper poise. Seems to take on this other sort of body language as like when they met with the sea originally, and in he goes.
Alright.
Presumably with everyone else in tow, obviously.
Good question. Memory check. When the seer was presented to what would seem to be the lesser spider folk, did they prostrate themselves in any way, do any sort of salute?
They
Any
did.
specific sort of
They
behaviors.
did seem to prostrate themselves in reverence. It seems that the seer caste is elevated above all others, from what you can tell.
Were there any specific gestures or
Yeah, like they cross their arms in a certain pattern. Do they just bow? Like,
They sort
what
of-
seems
they-
to be the etiquette for meeting a superior?
They seemed to just simply lower their bodies, arms prostrated, spread.
Got it.
Hang on.
the classic?
I need to. Timescape's being a bit iffy right now. Give me a moment.
I need to take a fucking shit.
Nice.
Yeah, we could have
I'll
like a
BRB.
tiny little. Yeah, we could have a
Better
tiny
to
little
shit
break.
now instead of shit yourself
I
in the
mean,
queen's
that
room,
would be a
right?
good time for a break if everyone needs to bathroom.
A
Sure.
tiny little break.
Yeah.
I can
Yeah.
collect my thoughts and
Sure.
Yeah.
We'll say
What note do you
we'll say about 5-10 minute break.
Hmm?
Maybe for
Yeah.
like 5
I'd
minutes.
say
I'll
10
say.
minutes so Ducky can do the
Okay.
do.
Do.
Hell yeah.
All right. Give me a moment.
I'm
I'll
the scat man.
switch back over to the other screen for the stream.
Yeah.
Let me
All
restart
right.
Sirenscape.
Break time.
So yeah, it's gonna be intense.
I'm sure we'll be fine.
Yeah. So yeah, bring up the what we're actually doing here and the queen, the princess, and that we probably want to get rid of the Durgar and whatever.
I want to get rid of the problems down.
Yeah. And kind of like
Gonna preach
Maybe
some
I'll-
solidarity because we've been getting hit by the Durgar as well as them. Create some empathy.
and they're causing problems upstairs.
Hmm.
Is
Maybe I'll
Sirenscape busted for anyone else?
I mean, I'm still hearing music.
No, yeah, I can hear music.
Hmm.
No, it has. It won't let me
wait.
access it anymore, so I'll close it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh wait, no, now I can access it. So it's working for me. Oh, what? No.
I'm gonna
it
restart
froze.
it.
Yeah, it froze again, but it's still working, kind of.
I would restart it in case.
Yeah, I'm just gonna restart it. I think it's it's D&D night, so there's a lot of people playing.
Doesn't normally do this.
No,
Yeah,
maybe they're
probably
doing
just
some
having it every
update
day.
Yeah.
Is fucking
Okay, so yeah.
awful because I've got a whole soundscape set up for the room.
Yeah.
So
But I think
blah blah
it's
blah. Nice to meet you. Then into we are from the surface. We came down here because blank.
please don't meet me.
See you're having a similar problem with them. Possible alliance. Proven ourselves. And a joint unification for the assault of the Obsidian Tower. And then, as added incentive, propose the possibility of speaking with our surface folk to make relations easier and possibly assist in taking back their original home. Hopefully that will go smoothly.
Okay, so soundscape's working again.
Mhm.
There we
Yep,
go.
sure is.
I'm gonna eat some sweets for a bit of a sugar boost so I can get through that bit without brain stalling. Go.
All right, just ping in Roll20 when you're back.
Alright. I'm not gonna leave, so I don't have to.
Okay.
Alright, I think I'm back, but holy fucking shit. My stomach is really disagreeing with me right now.
Hey man, it's a panic shit. It happens.
Nah, it's more the fact that my bowels feel like somebody's stabbing a red hot poker into it.
Don't get food poisoning like everyone else did last week.
Yeah, that was fun.
Yeah.
I still don't get how you get food poisoning.
Eat bad stuff. And then your stomach's
Past
like
their expiration, things you can't digest properly,
bacteria.
bacteria mainly.
Okay,
Does
so
raw meat count?
Yeah,
Yes,
good.
that's one of the #1 causes.
Shit.
Atlas is here, Avon's here,
Don't eat
Lucky's
raw
here,
flesh,
Gab's
Ducky.
here, Abel's here.
It's more the fact that I had the beef made on, a grill today,
Is anyone not
and
here?
it was kind of red in the middle. Like red.
Everyone loves rare meat. I think everyone's here. Is Avon
No,
here?
not Sable.
Not safe. Oh yeah, he stepped away to get sugars. Yeah, everyone talks about, oh yeah, you gotta have that rare steak. It's fine if it gets to that, but it's worthwhile. Cook it just a little bit more. Get that all the way through, because food poisoning kind of sucks, and there's a reason most restaurants try to cook things very thoroughly.
Yeah, I know a few
Real,
restaurants.
kick your ass.
I know
Well,
a few
I mean-
restaurants here locally that deals with specialty dishes. They have one rule: the meat is cooked, regardless of how you order it. It's cooked enough so that it's not, infectious.
Like with beef and stuff, it needs to be like 150 medium to be sterile, clean, however you want to call it. It's different with
160.
like 160. There we go. Thank you. I think if chicken gets to 150 for a few minutes, then it properly cooks.
Chicken is cooked all the way through.
Yep,
No
always.
questions.
Yeah. But it's a little bit different when you get to like ground beef and stuff, because then you break the seal, bacteria, multiple sources of meat. Anyway, you can still have like medium rare steaks and stuff like that, rare stuff, and it can be good if it reaches internal temperature for enough time to kill bacteria. But quote unquote overcooking a little bit is rarely a bad thing.
Yeah.
No
we
pun
evolved, we evolved to eat cooked meat, so kinda shouldn't be eating raw.
Yeah.
Well, regardless,
Cooked
I
meat
might
also
be.
digests easier.
Yeah.
I might be
so
in the.
apparently
danger
Sable
zone.
never left.
Yeah, I mean, I put Schlong in the chat.
God damn it! Why didn't you
Schlong.
say anything? Anyway.
Well, you told us to put it in the chat. There was a specific direction from you to do that.
Well, we said that like, oh, is everybody here? No, I think Sable went to get sugars, and then you didn't answer that, so it's like, oh, okay, I guess we wait.
Well, I did actually slip away for taking. That was like 30 seconds.
Okay, so shall we dive
Had to
back in?
acquire the grandma candies.
Yep.
Let us dive
I
back
already
in.
had the candies. In fact, I went home. Anyway, sorry, continue, Jenner.
Alright, yes. And here we go! On the way to die. Sirenscape is crashing for me, though, speaking of die.
Make sure you've all got Sirenscape working. Because I would like this to work for the next for this next epic moment.
Crashing for me too. Starting again.
I gotta start it up.
Yeah, I
It
think.
is shitting bricks, my dude.
Yeah, I think that the most important thing is that this is like if it works, don't touch it, because then it will crash. If you just leave it in the background, it works. But if you touch it, it's like
And
For me, it
haven't
wasn't
touched it
updating.
at all.
For me,
Yeah.
I was hearing music, and then I touched it and was like, no.
It'll hear music, but I can't adjust volume, and then for me, my volume reset to middle, because my volume goes down to like 10%.
Yeah.
But when it starts to crash, it resets to 50 and gets loud as fuck.
Yeah, that's why I moved it down as soon as I could, and then I just left it.
Yeah, but for me, it resets, and when it crashes, and then I can't touch it. Like right now, I booted it up, and it's just at the loading screen. I just connected.
Okay.
Alright.
Struck the load.
Can we get some test audio, Janner?
Yeah.
As soon as it opens for me, it says not responding.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm just gonna leave it
Oh,
there.
for fuck's sake.
Let it. I'm just gonna leave it there
Biggest
to let it
oof.
load.
It's alright. I'll have mood music in my mind.
I'm gonna restart it, just leave.
Some ABBA. That's what you were planning for, like the
Yeah, dancing
throne
queen.
of saying, right? Some ABBA.
Yeah, some
Dancing Queen. Yeah.
Yeah.
Crunk
Okay,
knows.
so that
ABBA
was-
knows.
Again.
Oh. There we go. Sirenscape up.
I
So
got
yeah.
it loaded, and I'm leaving it alone.
Everybody's dead scared. I'm about to shit out my intestines, and we're all about expecting to fuck up in some way. Let's go.
Let's go.
Give me a sec.
God, I feel like shit right now.
Be glad you're not the one talking.
I honestly, part of me would rather be the one talking than having the feeling that your guts is about to go out the other
So,
end.
right.
I mean, imagine having to do both.
You
No.
enter into a colossal round chamber of dark, almost black granite and cyclopean stone. The room is approximately 100 feet in diameter. Grand pillars
Wow.
of geometric
gorgeous.
design extend around the circumference of the chamber, towering up an additional 100 feet into the darkness above. You cannot see the ceiling as great spans of interlaced webbing crisscross all the way up, blocking out most of the light. The web coats every inch, every surface, and every nook it can find. Relatively clearer areas of stone architecture, upon closer inspection, appear to have have a thin film layered in silk. I will restart Soundscape, sure.
I have so many questions. Please continue.
All throughout the webbing, across the walls and up into the ceiling, you can see great clusters of glistening, round, sickly green spider eggs which give off a soft glow as the occasional young moves and twitches within. You see a number of Arrakis seers dutifully tending to the eggs, keeping them clean. You see a number of flying Arrakis, weavers, presumably, darting from cluster to cluster, making sure that the eggs immediately have access to large webbed up sacks of food, probably bodies and other prey for which they hatch, for when they hatch. The massive central floor design mimics the 16-legged arachnid symbology you saw before, but it and the webbed design it sits upon, that encompasses the entirety of the floor of the chamber, is wrought in pure gold. It's lightly obscured by a slight, foggy, ever-present haze that hovers above the ground. Your feet and hooves clack, clack, clack across the marble flooring, which is also slightly sticky from the light film of web. Within the centre of the chamber is a large shrine-like outcropping from the central 16-legged spider design recessed into the ground. The shrine itself is shaped like a large 8-foot diameter, perfect icosahedron upon a thin pedestal. Behind the central shrine, you can see a masterpiece of artwork wrought in stained glass. 6 massive windows bathe that end of the chamber in a multicolour of radiance. These 6 stained glass murals are perfectly and immaculately crafted of many small, intricately placed coloured glass-like substance. They look ancient, best you can tell. But a lot of care has been put into maintaining them. And immediately see depictions of elementals, angels, monstrous creatures, dragons. And there appears to be a grand significance to these murals. Almost as if they're telling a story.
One question, Janner. Did you make these?
Yes.
Jesus Christ.
Remember remember that period of time when I
know what these are.
When I said that I was doing nothing but Photoshop?
Yeah.
This is what I was doing.
Yeah. I also know. I also get a thing for things.
Can I just point something out? You offer this up as a commission option, I will fucking jump on it.
Probably very extensive, time consuming. So how much of a ball ache was this, Jenner? Because stained glass aesthetic is not fun.
Do not ask me.
Okay, carry on. Ooh.
My dude, did you manually draw these sort of weave patterns? Or were you lucky enough to find some sort of stencil for that?
What do you mean weave patterns?
The swirly thing.
Yeah, the swirly between the lines.
Oh, no. I found a texture for that.
Looks really good with everything you've done.
No way you could do that fucking...
This reminds me of my own endeavors in stained glass, but in 3D. I will say, it looked fucking amazing with the right light on, but holy fucking shit, what is the pain to get right.
Oh look, angels being dick bags.
You are gestured by the seer further into the chamber.
The Queen will speak to you when she is ready.
The seer makes his way out.
We're just gonna look at the glass. It's just gonna be like, wow. Wow.
I'm glad I paid attention. I understand this history. That's so fucking cool, Jenner.
Yep.
All I can say is look at the globe.
Yeah, I kind of understand.
No, I understand. My dude, we are on stage 5.
Yeah.
Welcome to the end times.
Oh no!
What?
Hang on.
I was going from left to right.
I mean, That is.
Yes.
Yes, but I hadn't gotten that far yet. I was on the globe with the 2 dragons and noticing something that is there that wasn't. Was there that isn't.
Yes.
And I can kind of see where it is now. Interesting.
Sorry, Aisha, you whispered me.
Yes.
Am I allowed to bring this up to the party?
I don't mind. Say
Sure.
whatever you wish. I just was doing that to fucking
So,
not interrupt your cool monologue.
You wanted to test for history, yeah? Which mural?
History or whichever is the appropriate for them.
For which
This seems historical.
which mural? Which one of the murals?
Broad sense. Like, these seem like a depiction of history. From my understanding, Arger is more intelligent than me, I
Sure.
think. But it seems like this is a recollection of history up until point 5.
All right,
We're
go
in
ahead.
the process of that.
Go ahead and make a history check.
Come on, low roll.
24. This seems to be some sort of recollection of long lost history back from the formation of the world itself.
Yeah. Say,
But
like,
the sixth
first
mural,
5 empires.
the sixth mural, nothing in historical records that you've ever counted on. Any hidden knowledge that you've discovered in your youth studying under the High Chalice. The sixth mural doesn't. You can't recall anything that describes the sixth mural.
Because it hasn't happened yet.
It's the future.
Because the egg has not hatched. We are in the process of 5.
So, what do you do?
Besides fucking turn coal into diamonds with my sphincter, I guess we wait for the queen to show up. I'm overloaded, Jenner. I'm just too much going on in this, and I want to examine every intricate detail. But yes,
Okay.
I am probably ready when everyone else ready.
A voice permeates through the chamber. Sourceless in nature, as you feel it crawl up your back, skillfully weaving its way between your thoughts. A feminine voice, raspy but calming, unnerving, unsettling, but strangely comforting. Like an unwanted gentle caress up your spine.
You may all leave us, but one of my guards may remain.
You watch immediately. 2 enormous figures drop down from the ceiling, leaving small impact craters. As 2 juggernauts drop down from the weave of web above. They both kind of clack their mandibles together in your presence, seemingly untrusting, but obedient towards the voice. As one of them stomps by your presence, Xiaoyun, makes its way out of the chamber. The other follows suit, but stops at the entrance behind you.
I'm about to shit a fucking log.
And one by one, the seers, the weavers, all leave their posts and venture out of the room, following the juggernaut. And the weave of web is sealed behind, locking you in the chamber. You hear the voice once more.
Welcome to my web, children of fate. You ventured into the bowels of the earth seeking the princess, but have found the queen instead. You seek to rescue the one called Tora Yon Maya, daughter of the Surface King. And now to find her, you seek an alliance with my children. And I, to topple the Ashkin menace and their newfound king, Faridol Ashbite.
There's an expectant pause.
Well, your voice, villains step forward in a sort of more central. Oh, right, that's a different layer. I thought that was a floor decoration. Shit, I'm already flubbing. I'm spiraling. Okay.
There you go.
Where would be the best place to stand? Is this like a pedestal thing? Is it like a
You
an
gather
overhead
there is some sort of reverence to this shrine that may be not best idea to stand on it.
Yes, that's what I wanted to avoid. I want to be sure where the best place to stand to speak would be. Since I can't see her, it's assumed she's probably above us. So can I tell what is the best place to stand? Because I
Don't stand on it.
Probably around the center
front?
of the chamber, maybe.
Okay, I'm gonna hold Alt so I can actually be in the center. There we go. Shut up! I need aesthetics. Calm of placement, calm of mind.
I think I'll just stand still.
Vadmir
Okay.
keeps close to Liska, just hiding behind her shin.
It is as you say, yes, and I will do the reverent posture, arms out, and bow and such. We feel it would be for the betterment of both of our sides. Should this come to pass, it would rid us both of a menace that has plagued both the service and your king, and may yet foster greater things in the future. And he seemed, from an outward perspective, he does seem calm and composed. Probably shitting himself in his mind, but that's the outward look.
Okay. You all begin to hear some sort of movement. It's very, very faint. You watch Sayan kind of turns her head towards this direction. You follow her eye line, and it's then that you all see an enormous shape moving against this nearby wall. The shape of a gargantuan green spider reveals itself with but the slightest shift of movement, like a chameleon revealing itself from a seamless camouflage.
Terrified to see how big she actually is.
That's a big spider.
Oh, there she is.
Oh, hello.
Just as a side note, because I'm that kind of guy. On a technical note, this would be gargantuan size, aka Tarrasque size.
Oh, it's not a just because it's the Tarrasque size. It's not a Tarrasque.
I know, but like for size reference,
It's that huge.
it is huge.
Well, it's so
Colossal is kaiju.
the thing
isn't
is-
it? It's a bit like the binge.
they don't have colossal in 5e. Like it
Okay.
stops at gargantuan. So like anything 5 and above is gargantuan. So they just stopped classifying it. So a
well, this
Tarrasque
can be the vague classification that is fucking huge, but not
A-
the size of a Tarrasque.
Welcome to New Game Plus, but for sizes.
Yeah, a Tarrasque would fill this entire chamber.
Well,
and then some.
regardless,
Yeah.
It begins.
It's big.
it begins
It's big.
to slowly crawl down the wall towards your group. Like a massive bird-eater spider the size of an ancient dragon. Its chitinous exterior is peppered with tiny green motes of bioluminescence. Its hide is decorated with a sort of natural, ornate markings reminiscent of patterned blood splatters. The abdomen is disproportionately large and swollen, and its many mandibles twitch hungrily. Did you hear?
Hungrily or just twitch?
Just a twitching, from what you gather.
Okay.
But it almost looks hungry. But you presume now you've seen this depiction before. You can truly confirm for yourself, Liska, this is Broodmother Silex. You all hear the voices in your head once again.
You allied with my children in battle to take Dark Anvil Camp. Now it is ours, and my seers will take the network for our use. Tell me of this battle.
Just a moment, sorry. I'm picking my words carefully. Okay. When we arrived, was deeply entrenched. They had walls of log-like stone risen, with flaming guards waiting just outside. Through the advice of Companion Liska here, he will gesture thusly to the sizable lady. We instructed your children to take to the roofs of the cavern, and in sync with our own attack to the front, they delivered many killing strikes to those within. We took advantage of this momentary confusion, drove through their opened doors as they were not expecting us, and progressed smoothly to an extent, till such a time as we came across an old enemy of yours, I believe, the Illithids.
As you speak, she grows ever closer. You fear the worst is about to happen. Her long legs, as thick and tall as tree trunks, impact the ground, not hard but softly. She moves gracefully, unnervingly, without a sound, despite her enormous size.
As she moves forward, I'm going to move out in front of here to meet her. So, a bit more respectful to be next to who you're talking to.
Her massive,
Be a halfway sort of deal,
yeah.
if that makes sense.
Her massive form just slowly moves overhead. And you notice the many hundreds of small egg clusters on her underside.
Oh, okay.
She continues to listen.
I will continue to move where appropriate, so my attention is rightfully on her. When it arrived, it was an unknown to us, and its mental abilities were a surprise, but as we were seemingly left stuck for a few moments, I was roused from a brief unconscious state and rushed the beast, plunging my sword into its neck. It seemed to struggle with Liska in some regard, likely due to oppressive frame. And from there, we moved to the hatchery. And then I will give pause to see if she has any queries upon the main bulk of the battle.
There is
And
no
obviously tell me
response. There is no response,
response.
but enormous tree trunk-like legs seem to dance over this strange icosahedron-shaped shrine in the center.
The D20,
D20.
and you know it, I love it.
It's actually called an icosahedron, so
I know. But yes, noticing that there is no questioning or follow-up or queries, he will continue. We arrived in a less guarded, hazardous area. Many of the spiders there were under the thrall of a deep dwarf device. From personal experience, I could tell it has a very potent ability to force you to act against your own volition. It affected a number of us, but in the end, despite the waves of enthralled children, it was dismantled and the hatchery returned to your kind. There, the battle was over.
But also, what do you know of these caves? Where has your path taken you? What has been your story?
Okay, just summarizing the cliff notes in my head, sorry. We arrived in these caves through a tunnel that came out at, I suppose, a forward post would be the best way to describe it. Numerous tents on a plateau. After some silent and deft movements, we made our way to one of the waystones. We had no ideas of what it was, and in investigation of it, Liska disappeared to the next point. And from what I gather from her retellings, she systematically disabled or destroyed the various points, robbing the deep dwarves of their means of easier transport. The rest of us, we moved through the caves as best we could, avoiding both the natural and deep dwarf presence, until we happened upon our newest addition. And he won't directly gesture to Vadmir, but he will give a slight glance and continue. A also recent resident of these caves. As she had been here longer than us, the information was invaluable, and we moved on to navigate the undiscovered areas in hopes of finding the princess. In that time, we happened upon patrols, another variant of the aforementioned device, and the recent battleground where your children, no doubt, fought well against the incurring forces. There we met your seer, and the plans were made.
There's a slight pause for the gargantuan spider queen Silex the voice permeating your minds once more.
There is also the matter of the journal. The information gathered from this book that you presumably stole from one of their captains, this Jura Blackthane. It has been very enlightening to my seers and I. There is more history to the Ashskins than anticipated. They are fragmenting into 6 clans after their banishment, their enslavement, and their liberation from one Tharadol Ashbite. This pact with this Pale One to free his own people. From what we have gathered, the Pale One is in control of the Illithid somehow.
Thinking.
But
Also, I'm cursing
Yeah.
myself inwardly, both in and out of character, for forgetting the fucking journal, which has been a major fucking plot point.
It would also appear that the majority of the deep dwarfs are also under a similar control, and we are not sure if it is still the Pale One or if it is something else.
It is likely the Pale One's influence still. From what we have also gathered, there is a hierarchy, an inner circle. Tharadol and his dark priests comprise this inner circle to enslave the rest of his kin. Why Tharadol would do so in a plot with his dark priests is unknown. Perhaps the Pale One's power is a temptation too great.
Or maybe the priests rose up against him in a cultist coup, maybe.
That remains to be seen. And my Weaver Scouts have been hard at work.
I didn't catch that last part, sorry, Gina.
This
Guys
remains.
were hard at work.
It seems you know a great deal, and I must ask, for the sake of my own curiosity, you speak much of fate. As a form of destiny, is this knowledge from your scouts and seers, or is it your own divinations that grant you this insight into our actions?
I possess much insight, child of fate. But it is fragmented, as are the whispers of our Twilight Mother. They come to me sporadically beyond the veil. It was also mentioned by my beautiful seers that one among you wishes to learn of the Twilight Prophecies.
Out of character, do I remember specifically who that is? Because
Odger's hand goes up.
Yep. There it is.
Scroll. A little quill goes down towards his book.
I imagine the information will be enlightening to us all, but indeed, Arja here is very intrigued by the subject.
The enormous form of Silex begins to creep around the shrine towards Arja.
Just posture.
What are the
I am
Twilight?
deemed to know.
Oh, good.
Oh, sorry. He was
Okay.
just gonna say, I am deemed to know.
Alright. He responds with, after a brief moment, examining your form.
The Twilight Prophecies. A collection of sacred proclamations foreseen by Ctethix, the Twilight Mother. She who weaves the fates of all fortunate creatures and severs the threads of the ill-fated. Destinies of past, present, and future. This is the way of our Twilight Mother. For her infinite claws pluck at infinite strands, like the skilled hands of a weaver at a spinning wheel. We, of the Sisterhood of Seven, were chosen to carry on her legacy, to guide those tangled in her webs of fate towards the most fortunate threads. And I, Silex, mother and queen to Kator and its many children.
She begins to sort of skulk around, examining the tall murals on the walls.
I have foreseen your arrival, all of you, to do battle with the Ashskins that have oppressed and enslaved my children as beasts of burden. I have foreseen threads walked by a small select few that converge upon the prophecies. And you, Arja. Curiosity is a virtue.
He turns around slowly.
I shall be glad to enlighten you. All of you, if you wish. It is a long tale, but I sense that your threads converge upon them.
There's an expectant pause.
I wish to know. Though if the thoughts of threads of fate disturb, as he turns to the party.
What is Arja looking for confirmation on? Like, if it's okay to proceed?
Yeah, he wishes to know these threads of fate, but if it disturbs the party,
Right.
he leaves that sentence in the air, glancing at you.
There is a pause from Vellum, but he turns and gives a nod. As if what harm could come from me.
Alright. You wish to proceed?
Yeah,
Okay then.
I vote aye.
For the sake of this, if we are to get into this, I'd like to make sure that everyone's Sirenscape it can be heard audibly, and that everyone put their zooms to 100, and let me do the moving of the camera.
Okay.
You know when you're all ready.
I'm done.
Okay.
All right. Give me a moment. So she begins to kind of clamber over towards the far left mural, slowly backing up the wall, the pillar. Begins to sort of elegantly gesture with her massive trunk-like legs.
These are the Twilight Mother's first visions. Committed to memory by her chosen. Told and retold through generations of our people. She came to this world after she, along with her siblings, broke free from the egg sac of the cosmos. Al-Hadar. The sight beyond sight. That of the sixth sense. That which sees through all realities and realms at will. Innumerable watchful eyes. Paranoid and ever present.
I'll put the names down there.
Gorl Boroth. The ruinous maw. That which consumes all. For all things must come to an end within its numberless mouths of endless void. Decay and entropy. For the reality of life is to eventually destroy itself. Yog-Thul, the Mind Plaguer. That which deceives, influences, lies, and tricks. That which eternally meddles in the ways of the cosmos. The deceiver of many, and a contradiction to many more. Time is fluid to the meddler, tampering with past, present, and future to weigh the scales in its favor.
Oh, if anyone has any questions, you can feel free to intervene.
Oh no, you go full fucking lore on us.
I'm writing down word by word, so go ahead.
All right.
I'm listening from the toilet.
You said time is fluid to who?
Keep muted, bro.
It said, time is fluid.
Time is fluid to them, tampering with past, present, and future to weigh the
Okay.
scale ever in its favor.
I got that. I just need to know what time is fluid to. Okay, continue.
Yeah.
You so
Azor Baloth. The wandering eternity. That which drifts through the sea of time in a ceaseless forward march, indifferent, unfeeling, and uncaring. The eldest sibling of all, with a memory that knows no decay, eternity personified, the serpent without end. These siblings were old when this world was young. Primordial soup, touched by their essence, gave rise to countless progeny. The first were those that swam in the ancient oceans. Aboleths, the children of Azor Baloth. Eons later came the Hadari, children of Baal Hadar, known to some today as beholders. Then came the Illithid. Some mortals may call them mind flayers, offspring of Yog-Thul. Thousands of years later, the Sladi emerged. The hungry offspring of Gor-Boroth. Then, after centuries, we, the Arrakis, came to be, born from the eggs of the Twilight Mother, nursed beneath her belly, before we made our homes in the deep, dark places of the world. While we built our cities underground, the world above was ceaseless war. The children of the other gods forged world-spanning empires. They plotted, schemed, fought, and brutalized each other for millennia under the blackened sun of the primeval chaotic world. Even the patient Aboleth, who taught us to record history, grew distant, plagued by the malaise of war. After eons, the Twilight Mother and the rest of us knew that our time would come to an end. Empires rise and fall, and so too will those of the gods' children. It was foreseen, and we accepted this inevitability.
You watch as the enormous form of Silex begins to move over towards the next mural.
Holy fuck, it's just the first mural. I've got some fucking typing speed to go, god.
Deja vu that shit.
This is being recorded, right?
Yep, it
I
is.
got it all.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm not taking notes because I'm just gonna look at this later and do it at my own pace.
I'm making sure it's recorded in case I miss anything, because my fingers are starting to slow.
I got it all.
For millennia, we remained below while our brethren fought above, too blinded by eons of meaningless struggle to heed our warnings. When the cataclysm arrived upon this world, it was too late. The birthing star plunged into our world, splitting the skies in its wake. It spread its crystal roots like weeds deep beneath the world's surface, granting life to the lands that our brethren had ravaged with their fighting. 4 avatars of the land rose up like a fever to burn the world, cleanse it of chaos, and instill order. The 4 elemental titans of fire: earth, water, and air. Created beings of elemental destruction to wipe the slate clean of our presence. The 4 primordial dragons brought us all to heal. And despite our brethren's defiance, their empires fell, just as was foretold in the prophecies. This was the primeval war. Most were exterminated like vermin, but those that survived found solace in the bowels of the world. And after the scourging of the world, our gods were sealed away from us, for they could never truly be killed. The Titans opened a realm in the fabric of reality and imprisoned them within. This became the realm of insanity. A twisting nether of unfettered chaos.
She begins to venture towards the 3rd mural this time. You bring up.
We, the Arrakis, were foretold of the days when all life above would come to its natural end, and the children of the gods would retake the surface once more. All this...
Jenner, sorry to interrupt, but your service, I think, is still on the previous one.
I know.
Sorry.
Got lost my place.
For this is the way of things. The 1,000 millennia cycle of life and death, chaos and order. Your cycle of life began here, and shall last for millennia more. Thus, the primordial dragons began their slumber, their purpose fulfilled. For many more eons, as we and our brethren stirred beneath the surface, as a shadow of our former selves, the world above flourished with life, as the Titans shaped the world. Water tended to the seas, and the new life that formed within. She forged new land with fire, who oversaw wildfires and volcanoes. Earth tended to the forests, and entwined with fire to create tectonic shifts. air, cleansed the darkness from the skies. He made typhoons, tornadoes, and he entwined with water to create great storms that gave Earth's forests life. But from the ley lines beneath the world came a great warding filament of magic to cloak the world from outside threats. Over time, we found ways to hear the whispers of our Twilight Mother through the filament, though her voice is distant. Other gods uttered doubt and betrayal to the titans beyond the veil. Air came the closest to corruption, hearing the whispers upon the winds. Over time, the birthing star itself gave life to a primordial dragon of pure crystal light. She was smaller than her kin before her, not a force of destruction, but a protector and caretaker for the ley lines of magic. This was Astria, the Crystal Dragon. She has known many names throughout the eons. Even today, some unknowingly depict her as a great celestial dragon. Parallel myths and legends that speak of the same creature.
And as you look upon this mural, Salyun, you can definitely see the resemblance.
I'll be damned.
The ages lingered on, but all things must come to an end. Empires rise and fall. The empires of the Titans fell when the angels came from the high heavens. For when they hunted the gods across the stars, they came to our world. And while the Titans had imprisoned the gods, the Titans themselves were corruptible to their whispers. And the angels were not. The high heavens bore down upon the Titans. This was the primordial war, which came to an end when Gabriel, Archon of Faith and their grace's sorcerer, unleashed a calamitous sundering from the infamous Divinitatum, a powerful tome of creation and destruction. The spell broke the bodies of the Titans, and their spirits fled into the ley lines. From the tome, Gabriel crafted the Nephilim, incorruptible avatars of flesh and elemental power to take the Titan's place.
The enormous form of Silex once again creeps over towards the fourth mural.
But the Nephilim eventually decayed, leaving gaps where the Titans once filled. The mantle of protection of this world did not fall under the claim of the high heavens as they so thought.
And as most of you look upon this mural, you notice a significant difference between the depiction of this globe and other, more modern depictions of it. Namely, the enormous jagged peninsula in the centre.
In truth, the mantle of protection itself lay with Astria, who remained in secret and isolation. She was left to pick up the pieces wrought by the high heavens. She devoured the chaos, the excess magic, and brought to rest the restless lay energies that threatened to tear the world asunder in the Titan's absence. It was through her vigilance that life and magic did not decay after the Titan's sundering. But in Astria's lonely duties, she found companionship in a mortal dragon of a dying breed. Noctis, the Nightweaver, an ancient night dragon, a rare and noble creature indeed. Astria and Noctis entered a rare courtship, light and dark, ancient and primordial. Their love and companionship for each other created balance. Order was restored to the world's magical lifeblood. Perhaps they were destined for each other. The Twilight Mother works in mysterious ways. Their courtship ultimately culminated with a scion comprised of Twilight crystal.
You have a moment as she moves around to the fifth mural.
As eons drifted by, empires rose and fell as they have always done. Some last to this day. Demonkind, the banished of the high heavens. The Akteshi, an empire of giants built upon the blood of slaves. From the ashes of the Akteshi came the humans of the Tahosian dynasty. From the dynasty came Nydia, now shattered beneath the waves from corruption and cataclysm. From Nydia's fall came Niobe. Once the land of the golden sun now sits under the boot of a cruel tyrant.
You have to shudder to yourself, Vellum, as you look upon this section of the mural.
Oh, I am way ahead of you. Oof. The law. Delicious.
Astria watched from afar, through the veil, as mortals clashed for power. And with that lust for power came the lust for magic. Magic that could pierce the veil. And indeed it did. Mortals still in service to long-dead empires could not relinquish their ambitions. Those who had learned of her existence and her power would claim it for themselves. They desired control over the lifeblood of this world, so they could demand all others kneel at their feet as gods. As we course through time to the last 200 years, we find that one such mortal, a dark magus by the name of Umbris, has done just that. Piercing the veil, he led an army to Astria's crystal sanctuary, with aim to slay her and claim her power. Umbris weaved darkness and transformed the Nightweaver consort of the Crystal Dragon into a night horror. Under the control of Umbris, Noctis did battle with Astria. And before Noctis could claim her life, Astria vanished, finding refuge among other realms. Now Umbris searches for her to finish what he started. And Astria's scion was lost to time.
She ventures over towards the sixth and final mural. The one that you have no historical record of, Aja.
Because I know why.
The prophecies foretell still that her scion shall be found by children of fate, and that her scion shall choose its guardians. Among them shall be a child of crystal light, and a child of starlit night. For both are needed for the scion to emerge into this world.
It's at that point that Vladimir awkwardly shifts behind Liska's leg.
But heed this warning. For the rebirth of empires shall be upon you. The surface shall rage with the wings of elemental chaos. The five shall become one. For blood is thicker than water, and the crazed bloodthirst of the scion's father shall be destined to rip a dying world asunder, without the scion to bring life to it. So shall the scion ascend, and take its mother's place. These are the words and proclamations of our Twilight Mother. The Twilight Prophecies. So it has been said, and so it shall be.
Silex crawls down from the final mural, takes her place in front of the central shrine. Those are the Twilight Prophecies.
Holy fucking shit.
I think it probably is a good place to stop right now.
Yeah, I was about to say we're getting close, and that's a lot to think about. If it's cool with you, Jenner, because obviously more conversation will likely happen afterwards, and we don't want to rush discussions.
And with that,
Sorry, I'm overwhelmed by the just sheer fucking A, production value, and B, just the intense lore dump.
as she takes her place in front of the icosahedron shrine in the centre of the chamber, she expectantly awaits your answers. And that is where we shall leave off for tonight. With the knowledge of the Twilight Prophecies, the knowledge that perhaps you are indeed children of fate.
Well, critical role, eat your heart out.
This was by far one of the coolest things.
Yeah, it was.
I will also, for the sake of all of you, that HT link in the Imager album, I will paste what she said correlating with each of the murals.
Okay.
Oh, so you're
thank
saying
you.
that like wrote all of that down for nothing. I guess fine. That's fine.
No, man, it's just a little finger practice.
Besides, yours is probably more clear detailed.
What the fuck?
There's so much. There's so much to just wade through here, and I love it.
No, I mean, I think some of it you kind of know just out of character because it's just the general idea where the world came from, but a lot of the
Yeah,
new
but
ones
the
is
intricate
really cool.
details.
Yeah, it's really
I'm
cool.
so glad. I have to say, I'm not entirely surprised, but that's because I've been trying to dig into this, and I love how if you paid attention, you could figure out and know what this was. And
Yes.
if you knew the lore,
Yeah.
it hits you. And I
Yeah.
love that it wasn't just random, here's the lore. It's like, it's existed, and you could piece this together.
Yes, just yes.
The narrative permanency is just...
Beautiful.
Yeah, plus this entire thing is fucking like, so my dad makes stained glass windows, and some of these kind of impossible to do, but overall it's really amazing.
Yeah.
That's
It'll
what the
challenge
magic
him
work.
to make them.
Yeah. Yeah, they're not real glass, they're kind of stuff. What's that?
Cat, go away. Cat, go away.
Ah, it's a cat.
This
Okay.
is-
Spider
This
cat.
is-
Yeah.
Spider
this
cat.
is like-
This is the
Spider
divine
cat.
cat of fate.
I just the implications.
This
So
is
intense.
so worth getting food poisoning over.
You have to get food poisoning. God damn it.
I don't fucking know, but we'll find out soon enough.
So, what's your general gist of the prophecies? What do you give me the
It's more the
summary.
intriguing details I'm latching on to. Just
Yeah,
all the little bits.
if
I love this.
If you study the murals, there's a lot of details there that you might miss otherwise.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
Oh,
from pure visual detail.
I'll also link the Emigre album in the party chat.
Yeah.
Oh my god, this
I
is
do
so
have
good.
I know I'm not going to, but I kind of just want to toss this everywhere because just to go look at this amazing thing.
Yeah.
I mean, feel
I
free
was gonna
to
ask later if it's possible to
go
I mean,
ahead.
there's the-
other people.
Go ahead.
all right, should we
Yeah,
do positive,
do you
negative?
mind?
Holding.
No, I don't mind. I've worked hard on
Okay.
this, and I want it to be shared now that I can.
I'm
Actually
gonna
reveal it.
share this with my other group because
Yeah, just fucking
fucking god,
same.
this quality, man. This quality.
Yeah. It's good shit.
Mhm.
I
I'm
worked
gonna share this.
so hard on this. I'm glad it's appreciated.
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh my god, dude.
Like I
I'm gonna
missed.
be
like-
real with you, Janner, in terms of what I've experienced again with just other people DMing and what they can provide for references and stuff. You're knocking them out of the park, and this is your first.
This is
fucking
paid
game.
quality.
This is what I would expect for paying $200 for a GM.
Just I'm just looking at so many things.
Rat people, Naga, orcs.
I finally got my answer of the 5 ancient empires. I got
Also-
my name.
also, beholders
I've been
are
digging
Balthazar
for
boys.
and piecing together.
Yeah.
I can
Did you-
hear your law boner from here.
So
Imagine how this would have been different if the demons were here.
Oh yeah, so more like different yet.
Just place hand on the glass. My ancestors.
I still love that the beholders are Balthazar's boys. They're the eyeball boys. ain't they?
I believe it was. Let me double check my notes here that I wrote down.
It was Bal Hadar, wasn't it? Sappy on site. Thundercuts.
it's all there in the Emigre album.
Yep.
Or at least it should
Should
be.
have done this regular Imgur instead of the
There was-
image link.
There was one thing
Oh,
that
shit.
I was like, as I was writing down, like especially towards the end, after she was talking about what each of the Twilight Mother's siblings did, I was like, she never actually went over what the Twilight Mother's part was in this. I mean, it's implied that prophecy and whatnot are kind of her shtick, but didn't actually specifically say what she was supposed to do.
Maybe you can ask.
I'm gonna.
So, who do you think your patron is, Alice?
Gorbroth. I
Sure.
think that is it. Judging from my experiences, my out-of-body experiences, that is the plane that I've gone to twice. However, there was the one time where I saw the chains, and it was literally the moment where at least those 4 aspects were together. Because I was atop those ruined empires, and literally every aspect of them in some way. I don't remember if I saw Spider, but every aspect of those 4 were in some way embodied in that moment.
Yeah. So, what do you know of the titles of your patron?
I know that I know there's the chained one, but that was never directly mentioned. I know that the madman in the cell directly reference Yuk-Thul, which might also be it as the Mind Taker, because he was referenced as the Deceiver. So back in the jail in Cliffspire, there was the madman, and that might fit well with my Mind Stone. However, either I've gone to multiple planes and being pulled, or Balthazar is being pulled by multiple of these creatures.
Well, they're all in a singular plane. They're all
in the same plane. But the tricky thing is, there's a lot of signs from a lot of the different ones. Because you got the eyeball theming from fucking Balhadar. You've got the hunger for knowledge from damn it, sorry. The fucking
Gorbroth.
Yeah.
From what Silex said, Gorbroth more represents entropy and the idea that all things must come to an end. The hunger for knowledge and mind, that would be Yuk-Thul.
Is Yuk-Thul. Yeah. But how come then there was a chain tied to the bone maw, a literal thing of entropy, death, and destruction made manifest, and I destroyed it? There's something linked to it. And when I went into the out-of-body experiences, I literally went to that realm that looks just like that wall. That mouth and eyes. Like,
perhaps it was just...
I've posted
perhaps it was
before that this is fine.
Yeah. Perhaps it was an aspect of the realm of insanity bleeding through, because a lot of these entities may...
A lot of them, they have instances where they overlap.
Yeah.
Which is what I'm saying. I could have come in points where I overlap, because I've had instances, I've had multiple out-of-body... Balthazar has had multiple out-of-body experiences with these. In multiple realms, seeing multiple different patrons.
It could be. I still think it's Yuk-Thul because Deceiver.
Most likely.
The end means is you getting knowledge for him, but he could be taking on the form of others to confuse you further.
This
And
is
it's
like
like you said, it could just be Yuk-Thul just deceiving you, to the point that
there
is no other out-of-body.
Regardless of how he's doing it, the end
Silex-
result of what he wants is still the attainment of the knowledge.
Silex did say Yuk-Thul was a quote, deceiver of many and a contradiction to many more.
Yeah.
Man, I can't believe Balfius got slayed.
I'm gonna post this from back in
Look at all those
see.
Balhadar.
Balthazar got catfished.
yes. Back
Not-
from September of 2018.
Yeah, we've got. Yeah, I've been planning this for a while now. You've got the you've got in that picture. You've got like the tendrils of Yug-Thul, the eyes of Balhadar, the mouths of Golboroth. No,
yes, the-
although no Azor Baloth serpentine body there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just the
I
chaos.
don't want to turn one of these into my phone, but this is rad as hell.
Go ahead.
Which one?
You trim one of these and then, ooh, I think I'm, yeah, there's a lot, there's a,
I'll do the last one. So
Sorry,
all of
just-
these are really like, I like just the general flow.
I kind of want to learn about, fucking, damn it, I forgot the name of them, I'm looking through it right now.
They skipped over the, like, I was hoping that she'd have be like, and this is when the demon kind was thrown out of.
Oh, it wasn't particularly pertinent to the cycle of destruction or the events that led to the
Yeah.
conclusion.
Demonkind was it seemed to be that Demonkind was just one of many, empires that rose and fell.
I mean, it hasn't fallen yet.
No, it hasn't. Which is why she said some which
This
lost.
is why we're at stage 5.
Excuse me. Like, what the
which
fuck
is
did
why-
you just say?
Which is why she did clarify that some lost even till this day.
Oh, I know.
Jenner, you've got me so. Firstly, you're hitting my crystal boner real good because I love the crystal shit. Because obviously I was a Final Fantasy boy, so it's ingrained in my psyche. You got me. There's so much here to be curious about, like the fucking elementals, like the whole shit with the cycle of destruction and falls and rises, and just how everything's in tune and balanced. But then the angels came and fucked everything, and then dragon kissing them. Also, Jenner, fucking sorry. The fucking
The what?
my brain. Sorry, somebody go on while I remember what I'm saying.
I don't have brain space for all this lore.
I think we're missing
have a
something very
lot,
important.
but
Yeah, I think we're missing
I
something
With the
very
shattered
important.
sun, that has me troubled.
What's Grunka trying to say?
I think we're missing something very important.
Probably.
Water tea.
But no, I was gonna casually allude to that goddamn Davy point, but
It's kind of funny how the original, like, Titans or Primordials were all female, it seems.
Feminine.
And then the angelic ones are all male.
Well, there was
no, I
two.
thought Earth and Water were feminine and Fire and Air were masculine.
Yeah.
The fire one seems kind of feminine.
I mean,
that's
be
because of
girly
long
boy if you
hair.
do. Fire, you don't give a fuck.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to see, I guess, because you only see their back or their side.
Yeah. And then angels came along and just
Back-
Yeah,
ruined
maybe
everything.
they're fat, ugly bastards.
I also like the fact that it hints that the angels, like, came from another world chasing the old gods. It's like, hey, like, we're here. Why you corrupting shit?
get used to it.
Yeah, and oh shit, these titans imprisoned the old gods, but the titans themselves are corruptible, so we have to destroy all of them before they get
I
corrupted.
like that they tried to make replacements for the for the avatars and failed. They just sucked and stopped working after a while.
Yeah, very much just like your standard European and American occupation.
Just
Like, we're gonna go in, get rid of what we don't like, and y'all can just kind of.
It's like they broke a window coming into a building and then tried to paste it over with like newspaper, and it just went
Saran
soggy.
Yeah.
Like, this is fine.
Good enough
So-
for government work.
So now you know the ancient history of the world and how it came to be.
Jenner,
the
I'm
spider's
still
perspective.
worried about this shattered sun aesthetic in that one particular circle. Or is
Yeah,
that just the
that's,
aesthetic of the stained glass?
That's the you've.
I mean,
as Vellum, you've often heard as Niobe once being referred to as it was once the land of the golden sun, but now it's called the land of the shattered sun, or land of the broken sun rather.
I know
Sorry,
why.
so much tastiness.
Well, Siren knows why.
Why?
I'm not gonna say that's spoilers for everybody else.
Okay.
I mean, you literally know why. Like,
Yeah.
Why are you reeing?
yeah.
I cannot brain.
The
You know what I like about the final one? It's clearly interpretations of the player characters in some sense or another, but you've done it vague enough so that it's like it's like the secondhand knowledge from a seer. It's like I saw this, and they try and describe it to people depicting this, and then it comes out in a very particular way.
Funnily enough, if you look closely, you'll see that every one of the playable races is depicted.
Yeah.
Yep.
And one new race.
Yeah, rat folk.
Yeah, don't think I didn't notice the fucking Skaven.
Yeah, I noticed the little rat boys hanging out.
Every race and every class is depicted.
Yeah.
I like how
that's
not really. It's not really much up to interpretation, is it, Janner?
Barbarian goblin.
Barbarian deep color goblin.
Barbarian.
It could be any. Could be any goblin. Yeah.
Give me any goblin.
It could be.
Also, what kind of weird spear have you given them? Fire spear.
That's an axe. It's
Yeah,
just
it's an
on the
axe.
ground.
the hammer.
No, the
Yeah.
hammer is the dwarf to the left. That's the cleric.
Right.
Oh,
I'm assuming he's a
think
cleric. The guy, humanist
gonna-
paladin.
I'm gonna-
Wolf, he's
He's
bald
got.
and
Dude, it's a
armored.
type of fire axe.
The Naga is definitely a ranger.
The
I'm
wizard.
Worst
The
class.
druid is the
Shaman.
Yeah.
Wait,
Satyr-
no, shaman or druid?
The
Thing seems more like a druid aesthetic, but shaman is a class. in
true.
this.
I think Janner stuck to just your normal.
Fair enough.
I'm gonna pin
And then-
the
Look at them.
Twilight Prophecies
and the
in
mountain
the
folk knight.
Oh hey, yeah, and then so let's see. So the orc is wizard. That leaves kobold monk, sorcerer, imp, and then I say the Skaven is warlock. And the satyr's obviously druid.
Skaven. I love that we just blatantly calling them Skaven.
Well, eh,
Call it as you see it, baby.
Yeah.
Grunker
Calls his ass to see it.
probably knows what they are.
Oh yeah, I know exactly what they are.
Why do you think
I'm
he
just
hates
curious
Skaven?
as to what the fuck they'll be called.
skeevers.
Yeah.
They're called rats
Might
with
be
an
our-
E.
Legally distinct rat boys.
Rat.
I feel Skaven might be a racist term. They'll just randomly spews.
And you've also got the child of Crystal Light and the child of Twilight Night.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
I already
intriguing.
know who's who.
Well,
I
no,
have an idea.
Starlight
And
is
it's like,
probably
oh hey, it's the twins.
No, wouldn't
No.
go that fucking
you know how I
self-insert. Good
first
lord.
interpreted
Are
all
you
of this?
sure, Janner? Are you sure?
Yeah. Don't worry. I'm
Yeah, I mean,
trying.
yeah,
I'm
true.
trying to tell a different story here than my other works.
All right.
Oh yeah, I like how first I was looking at this as like, oh, it's the player characters, and it's just that's why. And in my brain, in that mindset, I was looking at the druid and thinking, okay, this seer has seen these events. They're describing it to somebody, putting it down in like whatever they use to record things. There's like somebody who raises life. Could have been Siren as a necromancer, but misinterpreted what raising life is.
Maybe.
And it could have come out that way. But that was in my flawed thinking of everything being specific player characters as opposed to representing every class.
Yeah.
It's intriguing how you can interpret things, and I love that.
Yeah.
There's Silex also said that you, all of you, are among a select few. So maybe there's more Children of Fate out there.
You can only hope.
Always more backups.
Yep.
Yeah,
Pretty
I
much.
did notice it's a striking resemblance to one of my backups. At an initial glance as well, I thought this might have been an homage to Party B. Because I recall there being some sort of Naga hunter in that game. But obviously I looked
It was
closer and
a
that changed. It
Naga
was just
Blood
like,
Hunter.
yeah.
Which is also me, oddly enough.
Yeah.
Just someone, it was interesting to interpret at first glance, but then we learned the lore and it was like, huh, this is this and that's that, and this makes sense for all of that. There's one representative of all kinds and all types. Is that becoming? Is that your new fucking profile picture now, Grugs?
Maybe.
Fire Gobbo. Best Gobbo.
Yeah, I mean,
So,
Yeah.
Janet, are you actively trying to prevent me from sleeping tonight?
I don't know.
No one is sleeping. No one gets to sleep. There's too much lore.
No, I mean
Too
all the
much
spiders, and then the lore. Namely spiders.
I mean, the spider thing was just was a casualty for the Fairtown's prophecies. This was the real lore dump. This is what she planned in the long run. I see what you did, Ginger.
I will admit, ever since Liska received that contract, this has been waiting.
Mother.
You know what I was worried about? I was low-key worried about Liska being such a consummate professional that she would have gone through with the contract anyway. It's like, well, I have to stick to my word. It's Hunter's Code.
Yeah, it was it was going to be. I was planning for like if Liska did a brain fart and actually wanted to do the contract and carry it out.
I mean,
sure.
I like that y'all are assuming that she won't.
Please don't.
I'm not
We're surrounded
assuming
by
shit.
See, that's the grand flaw. Don't assume nothing. Never assume anything.
I had to plan for everything, okay?
So
I think my general consensus as to what to do right now is stop, don't think, don't do, just roll with it, because whatever I could think of would likely get me fucking murdered.
Yeah, that seems to be the case.
Yeah, that's why I'm so nervous about being Talkie Boy. Kind of relieved when Bronco took over for a second, and then Aja was the focus. I'm like, oh, good, I get to breathe again.
I mean, to be fair, it seems like she's not really in the mood for like
eating us.
talking. Like, yeah, it's like, oh hey, you're here. Like,
I know
it's
who
a
you
good
are.
thing you're finally here. Let's do this, because obviously,
Yeah, it's like she doesn't need much convincing because she already knows vaguely the events in play.
yeah. And plus, we're children of prophecy, and she's just like, probably shouldn't kill, children of fate.
Yeah.
I mean, it's all assumption, but they believe what they want to believe, and we can believe it if we want to.
I mean, also, fate's gonna seem to move things along either way you don't want to do it. So, invisible tug rope.
I kind of want to ask Janner, how far are you gonna take us in terms of sloshing us through just story exposition?
Some of the best lore is things like this are amazing. Some of the best lore is learned as you go. Like,
oh yeah,
it's
this is
chaos like this. We've been picking up bits here and there, and it sort of comes into play here.
Breadcrumbs.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep the massive lore dumps to like a minimum.
Okay, because I do not have brain space to take everything in from this session.
Which is fine.
Anyway, are you still recording?
I am. I can stop recording now, actually.
Probably a good idea, otherwise we'll ramble.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Alright. 3, 2, 1.